Alright, and we're live. Looks like it's going to be Iron Rob piloting God of War against Simon piloting Golden Go. We've seen this going down quite a lot before. And I think Golden Go still has the upper hand. But going up against Jelly Golly though might be tricky. Right, prize cards going down now. I mean, I love their new backdrop though. Hey, what is up? Welcome. Alright. Who's excited to watch the EUIC? I know I am. Alright, there we go. Oh, they already started. Looks like Iron Rob is going first, using Ultra Ball, instantly discarding 2 Psychic Energies. That's just an insane start. The prize card's not looking too bad though. Prizing 1 waltz, depending how much you're playing. I mean, these Jelly Cardi lists often play 2, right? Okay, looks like I have to adjust the screen a little bit. There we go, should be good. Right, so Ultra Ball for Ralts. Placing it down on the bench. And I think that will be just the pass. And it is just the pass, because the other one's prized. Alright, Lunatone in the active spot. Simon using Earthen Vessel, discarding what looks like to be the Pheasantipity. And I think what you really want to see here is double fighting energy, and if you manage to place down a Solrock and manage to find the boss's orders, and able to retreat this Lunatone, you'll be able to knock out Iron Rob's only Ralts. And that will put you quite ahead in the game. It looks like it's going to be the fighting and the metal energy. I think Simon realizing there's no donk on the Ralts going down, and it's better to play safe, utilizing the Technical Machine Evolution to evolve this Gimmighoul straight into Golden Go. And that's quite the explosive start, but other than that, that's not much going on Simon's side of the board. Alright, we see a draw for turn from Iron, placing down the Iono instantly. I didn't know what was in hand though, but let's see. Managed to draw a ton of Psychic Energies though, but it looks like no Ultra Ball. And Supporter has already been used, and I fear this Ralts is not very safe this turn. Because the Supporter has been played already, Simon might sit on a boss's orders for next turn. Alright, that's just the attachments on the Ralts and the pass. That is not what you want to see here. Alright, what is Simon holding on to? I mean, this Lunatone can easily retreat, coin bonus for 2, And if you manage to find the attachment for turn, oh, there is a metal energy. There is already the attachment for turn. Right, looks like it's going to be the Arven. Is it going to be the Precious Trolley build? Because if you have Prime Catcher, you can just Prime Catcher that Ralts in the active spot, switching in your Golden Go, and that is just a donk on that only Ralts. But looking at that, I think this is the Precious Trolley build, and Simon is not playing any Prime Catcher. And because they have to play the Arven, there is no Boss's Orders coming this turn, so that Ralts is safe. Alright, we're back to it. Looks like there's Earthen Vessel also being used, discarding the Mega Lucario though. Interesting. I've seen a lot of Golden Go out there. All of them built different. Some of them piloting the... what's it, the Cramorants? Some of them piloting the Lopunny. Simon choose to play the Lucario instead. Alright, Genesect coming down now. Fetching out another Golden Go. But there's no Gimmighoul in play. But might as well thin it out, right? If you then retreat the Lunatone into the Golden Go and coin bonus for 2, there's less likely to draw into that Golden Go. And I believe he drew the Soul Rock. So if he finds another fighting energy, he can place down the Soul Rock and use this Lunar Cycle. Oh wait, there's a Bunnery as well? So is Simon playing just everything? Lopunny and the Lucario? Or did I just see wrong and was it Mega Lopunny? Right, Simon attaching the air balloon. Possibly retreating for next turn, and that's just the pass. So probably not holding on to any energies to be able to land this attack. Hello there. I'm doing good, how are you? Right, Iman placing down the Mystery Garden. What was the draw for turn? I think it was the Dark Energy? I mean, you do have a Lily this turn. You might as well attach the Dark Energy. And if you manage to find a Rare Candy and an Ultra Ball, then you can evolve this Ralts instantly into God of War. Oh, it's going to be straight Lily, not even attaching the Dark Energy. I mean, I would have not hated to see a Mind Bend onto this Golden Go, because it's the only Golden Go around, but yeah, that Golden Go having an air balloon attached to it can easily retreat into that benched Gimmighoul. Is Lopunny dead? I don't believe so. But I would love to see some Lopunny gameplay again today. But with all those Golden Goes running around, I don't know. It's sketchy to run this deck. Right, Earthen Vessel being used, discarding the Latias, seems like, to grab back that Dark Energy. Oh, there is an Ultra Ball in hand. Hold up, we might see a God of War EX this turn. Right, Psychic Energy being discarded for the God of War. And I think we want to see this Dark Energy attached for turn now. I mean, if Ein chose to attach the Dark Energy the turn before, then that one Dark Energy might have been another card in hand. Or it might not just be. Right, choosing to attach to the bench though. That's pretty nice because then you can protect that Dark Energy and can always move over the damage counters. Alright, and there's the Mind Bend for 60 damage. So now this Golden Go has 80 damage on it. And it's confused to boot. But that Golden Go can always easily retreat. Yeah, this is day one. Internationals always start on the Friday. Alright, so there's a coin bonus for 2. What does Simon draw into? I mean, what Simon really wants to see here is this knockout on that only Gardevoir. And because that one Ralts is prized, Iron does not have a backup for next turn. But choosing to charge up this Munkidori though, Iron still has an attacker going on for next turn. Right, there's the evolution into the other Golden Go. And we might just see a retreat and another coin bonus for 2. But we'll see the Lunar Cycle first, drawing 3 cards. And there's the Pokégear, as well as the Superior Energy Retrieval. Right, so this Pokégear can fetch out the boss's orders, and that Superior Energy Retrieval is granting us, I believe, 2 energy cards? I don't think that's quite enough. But you need another energy to be able to knock out this Munkidori. So is Simon going to play the Superior to grab these 2 energies? Interesting. Also choosing to coin bonus for 1 onto the bench. I mean, there is a world where you can always retreat into the Mega Lopunny and always land 230 damage. But then you have a 3-prize Pokemon as a liability in play. And I don't think Simon really wants to see this. Choosing to play the Arven though, I mean, we can fetch out an Earthen Vessel to grab ourselves more energies to be able to land this knockout on that Munkidori. If there is still an Earthen Vessel available. Because we've seen an Earthen Vessel being played discarding another Earthen Vessel. Looks like it's the Ultra Ball and the Air Balloon. I mean, this might just be an Air Balloon retreat into the Soul Rock and attack for 70 damage with their Soul Rock. That wouldn't be too bad. Right, Ultra Ball, discarding the Lunatone and another Gimmighoul for the Mega Lopunny. So yeah, this might just be the retreat and take the knockout with the Mega Lopunny. Yeah, I don't hate that. Like, there's not much going on Iron Rob's side, and you might as well take this knockout to be ahead in the prize race, right? Now we see that Gale Thrust being used for 230 damage, but now you allow Iron Rob to have some more Psychic energies in the discard pile. But there was no way else we can have this knockout, so it had to happen. Right, Iron choosing to play the Night Stretcher, grabbing back that Munkidori, and another Lily for a fresh 8 cards. That's a big Lily here. And if Iron manages to find another Dark Energy, we can see some damage flying over to Simon's side of the board. Alright, big 8 cards being drawn. See a Curlier, the Frillish, Ultra Ball, but no Psychic energies. Ooh, but I think there's already 3 or 4 in the discard pile. And if this list managed to find to play the, what's it, the Drifloon? If the Drifloon's in there, no, it's going to be the Screamtail. I mean, they choose to cut the Drifloon for the Screamtail in this Jelly Guardia lists, or just not play the Drifloon at all. Right, so we choose to play down the Screamtail. This Screamtail can take out this Genesect. And then Iron Rob is 1 prize ahead, but we need to pull off a double Munkidori to be able to do so. Right, there's damage being placed on Gardevoir, retreating into that Screamtail. There's 4 energies, so this Screamtail is able to do 160 damage. And that's not quite enough to knock out that Golden Go on the bench. I mean, it depends. But you don't want to Munkidori too much damage on it. Wait, so now there's 100 damage under that Golden Go. Oh, and now it has 160 left. That's perfect math. This Screamtail is able to knock out that Golden Go. And that's the only Golden Go with the energy attached to it. Alright. We're contemplating something. Perhaps thinning out the deck? No. Alright. Is the knockout on that Golden Go? And now Iron drew that rolls from the prize cards, which is very good for next turn. Yeah, I think Golden Go is really favored because you can just instantly one-hit KO a Mega Lopunny. And Mega Lopunny has to rely on Dusclops and Dusknoir to be able to take the knockout on Golden Go. So I think, yeah, Golden Go is really favored against Mega Lopunny. Because the damage output is capped at 230 and there's like no way you can bump up this damage unless you have access to that Dusclops and Dusknoir. Right, we see Artisan being used. Perhaps fetching out another Gimmighoul, perhaps for next turn. Alright, I think it will... No, it's going to be a fail. Failing the Artisan. But I think Simon chose to discard a Gimmighoul earlier game. And I didn't quite see the prizes from Simon. But I think one Gimmighoul is just chilling in there. Might just be. Alright. What are you doing, Simon? I mean, what you love to see here is taking a knockout with the Soul Rock, and then just leaving a one prizer in the active spot. That's quite a bit better than taking the knockout. I mean, you might as well, because this Creamtail is just having 10 HP left. But then you have to find another air balloon to be able to retreat this Mega Lopunny. Alright, we're contemplating here. We still haven't used coin bonus. Oh, there it is. Coin bonus for 1. And it's going to be Nesball. Nesball is not granting you that much. And also Simon chose to discard the Pheasantipity early game. So you can't just Nesball for Pheasantipity and draw 3 more. And I think Simon is not holding on to a fight. Oh, Simon is holding on to a fighting energy. But you still need to discard, retreat this Mega Lopunny. Choosing to attach to the Mega Lopunny though. Are we seeing a Spike Hopper here? Was there a supporter being used? I didn't think so. Simon is eyeing up the boss's orders. We might just see a boss onto the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy attached to it. That's quite good because setting up other Monkey Dory will be rather slow, and that's the only way I can manipulate the damage to be able to take further knockouts. Alright, and it's going to be the Spike Hopper. Interesting though. But I don't hate that play. Personally, I would have retreated into Soul Rock, but then you would allow Iron to have more energies in the discard pile, ramping up the damage on your Pokemon as well. So I really don't hate that play. And now Iron can't easily attach energies onto this Gardevoir to be able to retreat it. Because I don't know how many energies were in the discard pile. I believe there was only 4? So Iron might not just be able to retreat this Gardevoir. I mean, there will always be a way. Alright, so Iron is holding on to 2 Earthen Vessels. So choosing to discard the Frillish, grabbing Psychic Dark, and then using the other Earthen Vessel to discard that 1 Psychic. Right. We see Ultra Ball being used. Discarding Artisan and the Psychic. Right, so wasn't there another Earthen Vessel? I think I might have missed it. Right, we see another Gardevoir coming down. I mean, being grabbed. And Iron still has access to this Artisan as well. I mean, you might as well use this Artisan to place down another Monkey Dory, depending how many you're playing, of course. Oh, but he has it in hand. Oh, there is 2 energies. Alright. Attaching to the God of War. But now you only have access to 1 Monkey Dory. And we might even see a punch on the Megalopony. And then perhaps knocking it out. Wait, so now there's a Bravery Charm attached to it. And 120 damage, so now Screamtail can snipe for 240. And placing over 2 damage counters, that's the perfect knockout on that Golden Go. Simon choosing to scoop here. Alright, GG's Iron. Yeah, that was like perfect math. Applying that 1 Monkey Dory to be able to take that knockout with a Screamtail. Don't think Simon couldn't have done anything other than knocking out that 1 Monkey Dory, limiting Iron from having future Monkey Dory to be able to channel over more damage. I think that was a good play. But getting to lose both Golden Go turn after turn, that was really bad. Especially because there was no other Gimmighoul in play. Yeah, nice. I mean, as Simon, you really want to knock out this God of War, because knocking out that God of War limits Iron from placing any psychic energies, ramping up the damage, and to be able to channel it over. But just Simon couldn't get there. There weren't enough energies to be able to get that knockout. Yeah, that was quite an interesting match, though. Because all other God of War streams after they got run over by Golden Go. But not Iron. Iron Rob just piloting it perfectly. Right, Iron choosing to go first again. Starting off with the Earthen Vessel, discarding the boss's orders. I mean, that's not ideal. But I suppose Iron's not holding on to any... Ooh, Rising Double Frillish. Yeah, there's no item lock going on this turn. Oh, God. I mean, other than that, prizing just the Curlier is fine. You can place down double rolls, if you manage to find them. That is... My God, but there's no item lock going on this. Damn. Alright. Probably fetching out the Psychic Energy and the Dark Energy from that Earthen Vessel. And you might as well already attach that Dark. And the Bravery Charm. Because there will be a world where Simon might play the Premium Power Pro, and with the Premium Power Pro and the Vitality Band, this Solrock would be able to take the knockout on that Monkey Dory, and Iron just wants to prevent that, and then just apply that Bravery Charm. But no rolls coming down, that's really tough. That's not what you want to see here. Right, Simon instantly starting with a Fighting Gong, grabbing that Lunatone, and then if you have a Fighting Energy in hand, I don't quite see the hand. But then you can already draw 3 cards. Alright, it's going to be the Fighting Gong for the Lunatone, and I see a Fighting Energy in hand as well. But you might as well play the Nest Ball first. Grabbing out another Gimmighoul, already placing it down, or perhaps the Genesect. No, it is the Gimmighoul. Right, we might see an Arven for the Trolley then. No, Earthen Vessel choosing to discard the Fighting Energy to grab 2 more Fighting Energy. And that's really good because now you have an attachment for turn and an energy to be able to use this Lunar Cycle. Alright, what are we doing here, Simon? Using Lunar Cycle first, and what are we drawing into? It is the precious trolley. Interesting, so you can always place down this pressure trolley, thinning out your deck to be able to have more potential from this lunar cycle next turn. Alright, so now Simon has a really good board state. Wow. And that's not what you want to see here as Iron. Simon just has everything. Right, choosing to bench one Gimmighoul and one Bunnery. That's really good, because if Iron doesn't manage to find anything else next turn, Simon can just retreat into the Mega Lopunny and swing to be able to knock out this Monkey Dory. Wow, that was a big precious trolley there. And we see the attachment onto the Soul Rock. And a Cosmic Beam for 70 damage. Wait, no? Oh, choosing to pass here. That's interesting. He doesn't want to land any damage on that Monkey Dory. That is interesting. Not allowing Iron to have access to damage counters to be able to already place on their Gimmighoul to take easy knockouts next turn. Oh, I like this play. But now Iron has to discard the God of War and the Psychic Energy to be able to grab one Ralts. And I hope Iron finds something else off this Ino, because otherwise Simon can just use Boss's Orders on that lone Ralts again. Right, we find another Monkey Dory though. We see the attachment of the Psychic Energy, so now Iron has access to this Mind Band. And that's interesting, because that puts Iron in a very good position. So that Solrock is now confused, and has to flip a coin to be able to land this Cosmic Beam, which makes the Ralts a bit more safe. Right, choosing to play the Fighting Gong, perhaps grabbing out a Fighting Energy to be able to use this Lunar Cycle, because the deck is already thinned out because of that precious trolley. Right, it is going to be that, grabbing out the Fighting Energy. I mean, the bench is already full, can't just place down the Genesect, so you might as well discard it with the Earthen Vessel. Alright, finding two more energies here. And I think we might see the retreat into the Mega Lopunny again. Alright, Lunar Cycle being used. Drawing 3 cards. It's going to be the Superior Energy Retrieval, Lunatone, and I think it was Ultra Ball. I mean, it's nice you're already holding on to that Superior, and also Ultra Ball is granting you that Mega Lopunny. And I think Simon didn't play any supporter yet, so Simon can just fetch out the Mega Lopunny and use Boss's Orders on that only Ralts. Alright, seeing that Mega Lopunny, do we have a Boss's Orders? Right. There is the Metal Energy being attached on that Mega Lopunny, so the plan is to attack with that Mega Lopunny this turn. But are we targeting the Monkey Dory, or are we targeting the Ralts? I don't see a Boss's Orders in hand though, and no Pokégear. Alright, it is going to be the Gale Thrust on that Monkey Dory. So now Iron has to choose to either promote that Monkey Dory or that Ralts. And it is going to be the Ralts. Because if Iron does not manage to find the God of War this turn, then Simon is in a very good position here. Alright, Iron choosing to play the Lily here, and because Iron is still on 6 prize cards, Iron will still draw 8 cards. Alright, what do we see here? Ultra Ball Rare Candy, or might as well be Night Stretcher, because Iron chose to discard the Gardevoir earlier game. It's going to be the Ultra Ball though. Earthen Vessel first, discarding the Diancie, but we already attached for turn. But then this Ultra Ball can grant Iron another Ralts on the board, and that's going to be good. To be able to have the protection, because Iron has attached to this Munkidori, that Ralts cannot just retreat. Right, choosing to fetch out the Fezandipity though. I mean, this is a liability, but Simon likes to see it, but Iron needs more draw. I think Iron is hoping to find a rare candy. Right, Fezandipity going down. Do we see it? No, there's no rare candy. There's another Earthen Vessel, Nest Ball, but no rare candy, and no ways to draw as well. But then you might as well play Nest Ball to grab this Ralts. I mean, you can play that other Earthen Vessel though, but you've already attached for turn. That's not what you want to see here as Iron Rob. Alright, and there's the pass. Going back to Simon. And Simon just has free play now. You can attach one energy again to that Mega Lopunny and just knock out a Ralts. Or perhaps there might be a way where you just Air Balloon retreat, Boss's Orders, that Fezandipity in the active spot, and then you're already 3 prize cards ahead. Alright, Lunar Cycle being used here. Drawing 3 new cards. And we see another energy though. So we might just see this knockout with a Golden Go. But I wouldn't hate to see another Spike Hopper, but that would put Simon on even prizes. And that will be quite a bit better. Because then in future turns you need to just knock out one Gardevoir and one Fezandipity to be able to close out the game. And that will be a bit better for the prize trade as well. But now, choosing to knock out this Ralts limits Iron to only 1 Ralts available, but also having access to Fezandipity next turn. Alright, Simon choosing to already play the Superior. I think Simon is fearing that Iron might just item lock Simon. So Simon choosing to put the energies in hand is quite good here. Already thinking ahead. Alright, and we see the Boss's Orders on the Munkidori. That is good. Because now Simon is limiting Iron from setting up as well. Yeah, I like the play. Because like I said, it takes 1 turn to charge out that Munkidori, and if Simon chooses up... What was the top deck? Oh, was it rare candy? Oh, insane. Right, so now Iron Rob can just go off. But without having Munkidori in play, there will be no damage channeled over. But what Iron loved to see here was a double transfer onto that Solrock, and perhaps Sniper Gimmighoul on their bench. But I think Iron might just have access to another Munkidori. Right, choosing to play the Ultra Ball. I think this might just be another Munkidori. Alright, there we go. So now Iron can attach onto that Munkidori. We can Scream Tail a Gimmighoul, and then perhaps already placing damage onto that Solrock, and then applying pressure for next turn. So that Solrock can get knocked out by transfer from Munkidori. Right, and there's the Ino being placed down. I mean, that was good from Simon to play that Superior already, so now Simon knows there's more energy in there on the bottom of the deck. So if Simon finds a way to shuffle the deck, Simon has access to a lot of energy. Right, we see the Psychic Embrace being used, retreating into the Scream Tail, and we see Wait, what's it? 60s, 120. Alright, what are we knocking out? We see the transfer on that Soul Rock, as I mentioned. And we're knocking out the Lunatone, so no gimme goals. Limiting Simon for drawing any cards. Alright, what is Simon holding on to? Right, we see the Golden Go. Will we also see a retreat in the Golden Go? We might just see a Professor Turo later on. And then just removing this Mega Lopunny from play entirely. Alright, what are we contemplating here? I mean, what you want to see here, like I said before, is that knockout on that Screamtail. But I would have loved to see the knockout being happened by Solrock. Because then you put a single prizer in the active spot, while also knocking out that Screamtail. But I think Simon really wants to see more cards here. That's why he chose to retreat in their Golden Go. We might see the Superior, but I think there's only 3 energy in the discard pile. Yeah, there is only 3. So that will be a Superior for only 3 energies. And you need only 1 to have this knockout on the Screamtail. Right, choosing to discard what looks like to be the boss's orders and the air balloon. But you also need an attachment for turn, and that's why you needed to use the Superior, because there was a metal in the discard pile. Alright, but now there's already 2 boss's orders in the discard pile from Simon. But yeah, knowing Golden Go, they always play 4, so there's always 2 in the deck. Unless there's 1 in the prize cards, of course. Alright. We'll see him make it rain for 50, knocking out this Screamtail. And that puts Simon to only 3 prize cards, while Iron still has to take 5. Alright, we're promoting the Gardevoir again. There's 5 energies in the discard pile. We see Mew being drawn. Another Red Candy from the Pheasantipity. Alright, what are we doing here? But because there's a Golden Go chilling in the active spot, we might have access to that second Munkidori, being able to channel over 60 damage to be able to get this one-hit knockout. Oh no, you're 10 short, right? With the Gardevoir. Yeah, Mega Lopunny can take damage on the bench. And I think Iron just wants to check that. But that Mega Pokemon is not a Terra Pokemon, so it can take damage. And that Bravery Charm on that Pheasantipity is really good here, because now that Pheasantipity is safe for a future boss's orders turn and a knockout from the Mega Lopunny. Right, I'm choosing to play the Night Stretcher, grabbing back that Screamtail. And another Lily as well. Right, and if Iron finds a Psychic Energy, Iron might draw into a huge hand thanks to this Mystery Garden. But because Iron took a prize card already, this Lily will only grant you 6 cards. 5. There's just the one more. Right. Right, what did we drew into? We already see the Psychic Embrace being used for just the 1. Didn't we find the Munkidori? But now we can take the knockout on the Solrock, like I said before, right? Because there were damage being placed already. So now there's another prize card. Iron drawing the Curlier, instantly evolving their Curlier. But I think we didn't find another Munkidori. Right, so I'm choosing to retreat back into the Screamtail. And I think we want to see a snipe on another Gimmighoul here. Yeah, it's going to be that. I mean, that's a really nice turn. Taking 2 prize cards, channeling over damage onto that Soul Rock, and taking out another Gimmighoul as well. That is really good. So now Iron Rob is applying a lot of pressure on Simon's side of the board. And now Simon doesn't have access to Soul Rock or Lunatone to draw into a ton of cards. Right, we see the coin bonus being used, drawing 2. But I think Simon is lacking a lot of cards, and Iron realizing that and choosing to targeting down the Lunatone and the Soul Rock to limit Simon from drawing a ton of cards to be able to get those easy knockouts. But there might be a world where Simon is playing the Air Balloon, retreating into the Lopunny, and taking another knockout onto that Monkidori, perhaps the Curlier or perhaps the Screamtail, and then finishing it off with a Make It Rain onto that Pheasantipity. I wouldn't hate to see that, but Simon realizing he needs a ton of cards to be able to pull this off, so that's why he has to establish another Soul Rock and a Lunatone. Right, choosing to attach double energy onto that Golden Go and retreating it into the Mega Lopunny. So we see a punch with a Mega Lopunny, but what are we knocking out here? You don't have a Boss's Orders on hand, or do you? Yeah, he has the Boss's Orders in hand already. So we see the Boss's Orders perhaps being used on another Monkidori. Yeah, it is going to be just that. Right, so we're choosing to knock out this Monkidori. And that will put Simon onto 2 prize cards already. But yeah, Simon realizing, like I said, he needs a ton of cards next turn to be able to take this knockout on either Pheasantipity or Gardevoir. So you might as well play the Super Odd, shuffling back this Lunatone. And if Simon is holding onto a Nest Ball, we might as well see the Lunatone coming down, and another Lunar Cycle as well. Alright, and it was just the knockout on the Monkidori. Finishing with a Super Odd though. But now Iron can't just take 3 prize cards in a single turn without having access to multiple Monkidori. Right, we're checking the discard pile just to see how many energies are in there. I mean, best scenario is just to play Night Stretcher, getting rid of another Gimmighoul, and then perhaps finish off knocking out that Golden Go. Right, we see the Pheasantipity being used. And what you also want to see here from Iron's side of the board is an Ino play, limiting Simon from having any potential win-outs next turn. Right, and holding on to the secret box though. But I don't see an Ino yet, but this secret box can obviously become an Ino. I think, and it's going to be not an Ino. Interesting though. There's still one in deck though. But yeah, Iron realizing he needs access to that Screamtail yet again. So opting to go for the Arven for a Super Odd is not too bad of an idea here. But Iron cannot finish off with the potential Frillish because there's a lot of energy in that deck still from Simon. But yeah, Iron realizing he needs access to multiple Monkidori. He's choosing to shuffle them back alongside with 2 Dark Energies. Right, playing the Nest Ball, instantly bringing back that Monkidori. And perhaps we might just see an attachment onto that Monkidori, already placing down damage counters on perhaps the Golden Go, and then just snipe another Gimmighoul on the bench. Or depending if we have the Bravery Charm available, we might just pull off another play. No, it is going to be the promotion of that Screamtail and a knockout on that Gimmighoul. That would also limit Simon from placing down any Golden Goes to be able to get some more draw or going. Alright, Simon still have access to double superior, so we might just see a boss's orders on that Pheasantipity if we manage to find any. But we have to retreat this Magalopony first. Right, choosing to check the discard pile. I think Simon just wants to check if Iron has any outs next turn. Perhaps playing a potential Ino next turn would be really bad. So Simon really wants to close out this game now. Right, so what are we doing? We don't have a Nest Ball available, so we can't just easily fetch out that Lunatone. Right, it is going to be the retreat into the Golden Go, and then a big coin bonus. And if we manage to find a Fighting Gong or a Nest Ball, we might just find that Lunatone, which grants us more cards. And I didn't see what happens. Right, we have double energy in hands. But we need quite a bit more because it has a Bravery Charm attached to it. Right, we see the Pokegear being used for a boss's orders. But do we have enough to knock it out? That Pheasantipity has 260 HP. Sorry about that. So Simon would need 6 energies. And I think Simon is just one short. He's holding on to 2 energies, and there's 4 energies in the discard pile, but you still have to attach for turn. But hold on, Simon might just play the Vitality Band. So that Vitality Band would make up for that 10 damage. But then you can't play the boss's orders if you're playing the Arven. Alright, what are we seeing here, Simon? We already saw the retreat into the Golden Go, so retreating again is not an option here. Yeah, I think it will be the knockout on the Screamtail. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we see an Arven being played. And I think Simon was also hoping for the Professor Turo. To be able to limit that Megalopony to be a liability next turn. Right. We see the Nest Ball being grabbed from the Arven. That grants you the Lunatone, though. Right. We see the Lunatone coming down, because Simon realizes he needs a ton of cards to be able to close out this game. But we have no more cost available, because we played the Arven already. So it has to be the knockout on the Screamtail, and hoping Iron Rob does not have a win out next turn. Alright, but now there's 5 energies in the discard pile. And you might as well now take it, because there's no knockout happening next turn. Because that Monkey Dory does not have a Dark Energy attached to it just yet. Alright, we see the Superior being used. Discarding Genesect and what looks like to be the Cramorant. Right. But now, Simon realizing he wants to play the Superior already now, because if there's an item lock going on next turn, we might as well see the same thing happening with Karis Jones. Alright. And there's the discarding of the 1 energy, knocking out this Screamtail. And I'm just checking the deck to see how many cards he has left. I mean, does Iron... Can he close out the game this turn? Wow, Secret Box discarding double rare candy. You love to see it. And the Lily though. I mean, you really want to apply pressure and just limit Simon to only one card in hand, so that Ino has to come down this turn. Grabbing Ultra Ball, Artisan, and the Ino, obviously. And playing the Ultra Ball now thins out your deck, and when you're playing Ino, you're more likely to have more cards available to you. Alright, don't think... Alright, we see... we see the Pheasantipity being used to grab everything out of the deck. Right, Night Stretcher being used for the Diancie, and that is just the game, because now Iron can attach 2 energies onto that Diancie, channeling over the damage with the Monkey Dory to be able to close out this game, knocking out that Golden. Wow, that is amazing. I forgot about the Diancie for a bit. But that's a cool tech card to include to be able to apply that amount of pressure. Because otherwise, Gardevoir is only limited to 160 by the Screamtail, knocking out a 1 prizer on the bench, or perhaps 190 from the Gardevoir, but having access to that Diancie allows Gardevoir to hit that much more. But you don't want to place down this Diancie early on, because that's a 3 prize liability against Golden, because Golden can just take it out easily because of weakness. Right, that was a really nice game here. Yeah, I really like those knockouts with the Screamtail. And also the perfect math, placing over damage counters with Monkey Dory to be able to take those knockouts through the means of the Screamtail. Alright, I'm going to grab another refill. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Ooh, I love Wossy's hair. That's a nice hairstyle. That was a really good showcase from Iron Rob. Piloting their God of War archetype perfectly. Oh, I wonder what we get to see in the following match. I mean, it did not look at the time, so I don't know how long it will take until we see another featured match. I think right about now we will get to see which decks are being played the most in day one. What do you think is played the most? I think still Golden Go, right? Because it's still very good positioned. Yeah, there it is. Deck analysis. We see 18% Dragapult. Interesting though. I mean, I'm not surprised, because Dragapult with the Moltres in it is already favored against Golden Go. And that's what I'm playing as well. I love my Moltres. We see 16% of Golden Go, only 2% less than Dragapult. And then obviously Charizard. Charizard is still in a very good position because of their Dawn and Noctowl engine. But that Terrapagos might become a liability against other matchups. You don't always want to put it down, especially against Mega Lucario, and we've seen that. I do believe it was Birmingham, where I featured a match with Lucario against Charizard, and there we saw the perfect play. Yeah, it was against Alex. Right, yeah. Yeah, Charizard, Dusknoir, and Pidgeot still in a very good position. And then we see 6.5% of God of War. God of War without the Jellicent though, because that is only played 5.5%. But then 5% is choosing to play Grimmsnarl. Interesting though. Interesting, because I've already written off Grimmsnarl just because it lacks damage output to be able to perform well in the current meta. But I suppose having access to Frostlass and a bunch of Monkey Dory, you can put yourself in a very good position to be able to close out the game. But to be able to do that, you need to set up rather slowly. Right, and there we also see 40% other decks. I am curious though, as what they consider to be other decks. And what else is out there? I mean, this is an international, so the stakes are very high. Players want to play for that first prize, and they might just cook up something interesting, or just to have a very good meta call, to be able to rank very, very high. I think Dragapult is really favored, especially now. Depending on what matchups he hit though, because not all matchups out there are really good matchups for Dragapult. Because I've encountered quite a bit of bad matchups in the last League Cup. I've went up against 2 Kangaskhan Bufalins, then a Golden Go, and a God of War, and 1 mirror match. And the only thing I won was that mirror match, surprisingly. Yeah, Kangaskhan Bufalins can pull off some crazy things. And I think we will also see this in EUIC. This Kangaskhan Bufalins with the Ice Cream Cone is just very good. Just to be able to tank that damage with the Buffalant and just heal everything off with that Jumbo Ice Cream. That's just insane. And yeah, Golden Go is still favored, 16%. And Golden Go has already adapted quite a bit in this meta. It has adapted the, like I said, the Cramorant. It has adapted that Mega Lopunny just to be able to counter those Cornerstones. And it also adapted the Mega Lucario. That's interesting. Just to be able to counter everything that is a counter to you. And what I also love is when you put in a Mega Lucario, you're already playing the fighting energy, so might as well have advantage of it. Alright, now while we see the analysis of the other decks, I would love to see what else is being played. I mean, obviously, there is still the Mega Absol out there. That is still in a good position. We've seen Toads using it with a different style. He has adapted the Risky Ruins. Risky Ruins is very good. We saw that Penny being used on the Monkey Dory, placing it back down, applying damage onto yourself, attaching another Dark Energy to it, to be able to channel over more damage, to have access to an easy terminal period from Absol. Oh, there we see the caster predictions. But this is not Ascended Heroes format just yet. Joe Bernard chose to include the Zoroark. That is interesting. Yeah, I think Zoroark will be good. especially in the Ascended Heroes format, and as well as post-rotation. But at the moment, it is lacking quite a bit of damage. And then Ross, obviously, choosing the Dragapult. Yeah, good choice. I'm a big Dragapult fanboy myself. And Freya just keeping it real. Predicting the Budju and the British making finals. I mean, that is a very good prediction right there. And Chip thinking a Psychic and a Mega Absol is quite real as well. We saw Toad already performing well in past regionals, as well as every single international that has occurred. And then Kyle predicting the Gardevoir as well as the Alakazam. I mean, Alakazam has put itself in a very good position now in the Phantasmal Flames format because it now has access to that Wondrous Patch. That Wondrous Patch just makes Alakazam that much more better because now you can attach the Enriching Energy every single turn. Excuse me. And also relying on the Wondrous Patch to be able to accelerate a Psychic Energy back onto your benched Alakazam. And then when you choose to retreat into that Alakazam, you can already strike with that Psychic Energy while attaching that Enriching Energy turn after turn again. And like I said, to be able to build up your powerful hands. Yeah, I'm quite excited to see what that second featured match will be. But also interesting, Joe chose the Grimmsnarl. Because I've seen pictures Joe piloting the Kangaskhan Buffalint archetype. So I would have thought, like, Joe was predicting any Kangaskhan. But it is interesting he didn't do so. I mean, what are your predictions? What are you thinking will make finals? It doesn't need to be out of these 5. Can be anything else as well. I mean, honestly, I'm leaning into Ross. I think Dragapult is very good positioned right now. And it has a decent shot at making finals, if not winning the whole thing. But there will be obstacles, for sure. Let's see how the friends are doing. Tim Danklin also starting with a win. All right. Ooh, next we see Todd Radcliffe against Hiromu Saki. Interesting. Will we see Mega Absol in play? Would Todd play Mega Absol? I'm curious. I mean, he always played very interesting decks in the past. Every single international was a very interesting deck he brought at the table. I mean, we even saw him piloting Dragapult with some interesting additions as well. So I'm very excited to see what he brings to the table right about now. Right, 1 minute left. What do you think Todd will be playing? I think it might just be the Mega Absol. He already worked so hard on that very archetype. And regional after regional perfecting it as well. I think he might just stick to it. Right, 30 more seconds. And I also wonder what Hiromu will be playing. Anyways, this will be a very nice matchup. 10 more seconds. Getting excited yet? Hi, Shoro. Alright, and here we are. The beautiful London. The European International Championships. And again, the giant floating Pikachu. I mean, that Pikachu took a big fall last year. I think it got popped. Or just damaged overall. And it was defloated. That was such a sore sight to see. Alright, what will we see here? There are some notable matches. Karis Jones, is also there. Nice. Already starting off with a win. Now up against Yoshiyuki Arai. But the stream game is going to Hiromu Sasaki versus Todd Reclive. Now we also see Ryuki Okada, Alberto Conti. Obviously, Alberto is playing Dragon Ball, knowing him. Then we also see James Cox. Iron Rob, obviously, which we saw before, with a win. Miloslav also starting off good with a win. These are some people to look out for. And obviously, I think half of them are playing Dragon Ball. We also saw James Cox winning Original last year with, I believe it was Regidrago V-Star. I think that was one of the last regionals until F-Block rotated out completely. Didn't quite remember what regional it was. Ryuki Okada, I think he won last year's international with, was it Terrapagos? Yeah, Terrapagos, I think. That was the time double. Turbo Energy was still in play. Yeah, and then he got a nice donk, winning from Natalie Miller, I believe. Yeah, these are some players to look out for. As well as Karis Jones. She pulled off some crazy plays last regional. I think, which one was it? Not Toronto, but the other one. The other regional. And was it also Miloslav winning LARC this year? I do think so. With what was it? I think it was God of War. So Miloslav might as well piloting God of War again. Then we see Iron Rob piloting God of War. Alberto obviously piloting Dragon Ball. We might as well see James Cox piloting Dragon Ball. And I think Ryuki and Tords are playing Mega Absol. I'm not quite sure. We're still not seeing the stream game being started. Yeah, there's still quite a bit of events still. I mean, there's obviously the European Internationals going on right now. There is the North America Internationals coming soon in June. And then it's all going to be fighting for those champion points for the world's invites. And obviously the North America International Championships is going to be played in another format. I mean, I'm so bummed we're playing Phantasmal Flames yet again, and still. But yeah, I do get why. There's not a lot of product going on right about now, and not everyone can get hold of those expensive Pokepads. And I think I saw people already charging, like, what, $10 for it? For a single Pokepad? Yeah, I think Pokemon doesn't want to see that. And then chose to not make Ascended Heroes legal for EUIC. Yeah, the European season still has a lot to go for. We still have Seville, we have Prague, Utrecht's now going for a rail regional. It's not a special regional anymore. And then we have Turin. I don't know where Turin is located. Then obviously New Orleans, that's going to be the North America International Championships. And then we head into San Francisco World Championships. I mean, we're already halfway through the season. Right, and this is the North America schedule. Obviously, we have EUIC right about now. And then we have Seattle still this month, though. And that's going to be Phantasmal Flames format as well, because Ascended Heroes won't be legal up until the 6th of March. So I think Houston will be the first regional that has Ascended Heroes legality. And that we're going to see some quite interesting games. Because then we might see Mega Dragonite, we might see even Scrafty. We're going to see a lot of crazy matches. And then of course there's Orlando, there's the LA regionals, Indianapolis and New Orleans. And obviously there's still some regionals left to go for in Latin America. Honestly, I would love to attend one of these at least. Perhaps next year. I've never been to Latin America before. Alright, will we head into the stream game now? Alright, let's go for it. There we go. And it looks like Todd is piloting Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan up against Marnie's Grimmsnarl Frostlass. Interesting though. That is very interesting. Hiromu has to see where he places over the damage counters, and he has to target down those Munkidori from Todd's side of the board. Because what you don't want to see here is damage being piled up, so Todd has easy access to that terminal period. And I'm very surprised to see Marnie's Grimmsnarl, honestly. But we saw them not high up in the deck analysis, but all the way at the bottom, but not the best of the rest. But still, it is there. And I think when you're piloting a deck, when the people are least expecting it, then you might have the best performance with it. Alright. Did we already see the coin flip? No, coin flip happening now. Who's starting? I think Todd wants to go second. I think Todd won the coin flip. Obviously, Mega Absol Kangaskhan always wants to go second, because in their first turn going second, they want to utilize this turbo energize technical machine to be able to charge those energies on the board state. Alright, and it does seem we also have a translator going on. Alright, here are the prize cards. Toward prizing a Monkidori and double Dark Energy is not really what you want to see here. But Hiromu prizing a Technical Machine Evolution is also not what you want to see. Because that's the one thing Hiromu wants to aim for, is Technical Machine on either to Impidimp or to Snorunt to be able to evolve those instantly, to be able to have easy access to this Grimmsnarl next turn. And Tord also prizing the Pheasantipity. So Tord will not have access to a lot of draw in this game. Unless there's an early Kangaskhan established. And that Kangaskhan will also be safe, because they cannot get one-shot by the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. I mean, in fact, Marnie's Grimmsnarl cannot one-shot anything except the Latias, perhaps the Petorant. Alright, let's go. Hiromu starting off the game here. Starting off with an Impidimp in the active spot. And utilizing the Artisan, checking the deck and already placing down another Impidimp. I mean, we are price checking here. But Pokemon chose to change the rules. And now you only have 45 seconds for your first deck search. Right, placing down a Monkidori, attaching onto that Monkidori, and perhaps we might see a pass here. Yeah, there's the pass. What is it? No. It was just an approval, you can cut my deck. Alright, yeah, there's the pass, okay. We see the draw for turn, and Tord Reckliffe starting off with a Kangaskhan in the active spot is really what you want to see here. Because now you can already thin your deck, from a Monkidori perhaps, and already checking what's inside. But Tord will not attach to this Monkidori, because Tord really wants to attach his onto that Mega Kangaskhan to be able to use this Technical Machine Turbo Energize. And what we really want to see here is a top deck of an Arven from this Run Errant ability. Oh, we already have an Arven in hand. Awesome. Yeah, there we see the Precious Trolley being used, grabbing the entire setup. But I wonder, will Tord place down this Latias? Obviously, and Tord, knowing he's up against Grimmsnarl, he chose to include that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Because Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is going to block all the damage, because Marnie's Grimmsnarl has an ability, and Cornerstone blocks all attacks done from Pokemon that have abilities through the means of this Cornerstone stance. So I think this will really be an MVP in this deck, while also having access to this Mega Absol if you want to have easy knockouts. Right, choosing to retreat in the Cornerstone, expecting a rare candy Grimmsnarl. This is very good. Alright, Technical Machine Turbo Energize, and I suppose this goes on the Monkidori, or you might as well already charge up the Cornerstone. But Tord chooses, yeah, Tord choosing to charge up the Monkidori. I mean, there is a world where you could just go slowly and just use an energy switch later on to be able to attack with this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Right, Hiromu playing the secret box, discarding Arven, Lily, and a Dark Energy. I mean, there really has to happen a TM Evo. And we might even see the Air Balloon retreat into something. If Hiromu places, or plays even, the Tatsugiri, we might even see the retreats in the Tatsugiri. No, it's going to be the Spikemouth Gym, TM Evo, Rare Candy, and another Hilda. Alright, it looks like we're fetching out the Marnie's Grimmsnarl instantly, applying pressure, But this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is not taking any damage from Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And I suppose when you're piloting Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you have to know what it does. But I think there's not much happening next turn in Toad's turn. So I think Hiromu, knowing this, choosing to play Technical Machine Evolution, perhaps to instantly evolve Snorunt, and that Impidimp on the bench. Right, and I think Hiromu found another Snorunt. Yeah, there it is. So you might as well place down that Snorunt and evolve instantly into double Frostlass. Right, so I'm playing the Nuzlocke here, eyeing up another Monkidori. That will be really good because you still have an attachment for turn. Because the attachment from last turn happened on that other Monkidori. Okay, Technical Machine Evolution for the Morgrim and one Frostlass. Obviously, I think because he had a Frostlass in hand from that Lily, but knowing the other Grimmsnarl is prized, you can't just evolve into it. Right, Frostlass already in effect, already placing damage counters on both sides of the board. And Hiromu is off to the races. Alright, Toad playing the Pokegear. I think hoping for a boss's orders. I think what Toad really wants is to... Oh, he's grabbing a Lily. I think what Toad really wants to see here is getting rid of those Monkidori. So I think what Toad was hoping for was the boss's orders. Because if you target down those Monkidori, there is no exchange of damage counters happening on your side of the board. And then Toad has just free game and limiting Hiromu for setting up anything. But still, there is the Frostlass in play though. So damage counters will build up gradually, one at a time. Right, and Toad did choose to attach the Turbo Energize onto the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, so we might just see a slow setup, and perhaps attaching onto the Cornerstone as well as the Mega Absol for a future terminal period. And I think you want to hold off the Monkidoris, and are already channeling over the damage because that's free damage counters Hiromu can place over to your side of the board next turn. Right, we are holding on to a boss's orders. That's good for next turn. But obviously not good this turn because Toad has played the Lily's Determination. But we are seeing the Monkidori. Interesting. I mean, placing it down on the Frostlass, choosing to split is also very good because Frostlass doesn't build up damage onto itself. And taking care of that Frostlass will be very good, because that's the only way Hiromu can manipulate the prizes, because he's applying damage to itself. Right, Toad did play that Technical Machine Evolution, now searching the deck perhaps for two fighting energies. Yeah, I think all the dark energies are already in play. Oh yeah, Toad drew into two energies. I believe. Alright, there's two fighting going down. One on the Mega Absol, which is interesting, and one on their Kangaskhan. I mean, Toad can just safely energy switch next turn, because they're already in play. And Toad can just attach onto the Mega Absol next turn, perhaps onto the Mega Kangaskhan, and then just energy switch that fighting energy off. Alright. Hiromu's turn now. Frostlass damage already happened. And what are you going for if you're Hiromu? I think what you really want to establish now is the double Frostlass, to be able to ramp up this damage even faster. Yeah, it is going to be just that, and another Lily for fresh 8 cards. Oh, looks like the deck was messed up. Some top cards was mixed with the bottom cards. Anyways, we're back. Lily for 8 cards. There is still no prize card being taken. And again, no gust happening, so there's no damage happening on Tord's side of the board. Unless there's some Monkey Dory plays. Or was that 3 dark energy you just drew into? Damn. Right, we see the attachment for turn. Debating the Frostlass though, interesting. Because you can already, when this Marnie Grimmsnarl leaves the active spot, you can always promote the Frostlass and retreating that because it has energy attached to it. Right, looks like the Spikemouth Gym was also being used to fetch out the Marnie's Impidimp. Alright, damage happening onto the Mega Absol. And I think the snipe damage can already go through, so the 30 damage from Shadow Bullet can still go through, and perhaps placing it somewhere and spreading it around evenly so Monkey Dory cannot easily heal it off. Right, second Monkey Dory coming down now. Right, and there's the 30 damage being placed on Mega Absol. And our Frostlass damage chipping in. That is a lot of damage. Right, but now Monkey Dory has a lot to work with. And we might just see if Tord manages to find an attachment for turn and an energy switch, we might just see a terminal period on this only Marnie's Grimmsnarl from Hiromu's side of the board. Because there's only need to be 4 damage counters being placed on that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And what's also cool to note is, especially late game, Tord can eye up a late game Ino play with their Claw of Darkness, again eliminating a card from Hiromu's hand. Right, there's the energy switch happening, and it looks like we're striking with the Cornerstone Mask Ogre-Pawn. And I think what you really want to see here is knocking out this Monkey Dory. Yes, it's going to be boss's orders on that other Monkey Dory, because that other Monkey Dory is being taken out from damage from Hiromu's Frostlass. His own Frostlass is taking out both Monkey Dory. Alright. And now Tord is taking 2 prize cards and is in the lead. And now Hiromu lost his only way to channel over those damage counters. Alright, that was some amazing prize cards. Tord had just taken 2 darkness energies. Alright, there's the counter catch happening. And obviously, because Tord chose to play down the Latias, this Monkey Dory is safe. It can already free retreat. And it looks like Hiromu was eyeing up the Budgie though, which was interesting. Right, we see a Technical Machine Devolution. That's not really helpful in this matchup, but I suppose Hiromu just wants to get rid of it. And not potentially drawing into it later game. Right. Tord limited to only 4 cards. And I think Hiromu just wants to do the same thing here. Just target down those Monkey Dory. Because with Tord having Monkey Dory in play, that's an easy way to transfer over those damage counters. And I think Hiromu was hoping to find a Night Stretcher to be able to get back those Monkey Dory, to be able to do just the same thing. Alright, and it looks like damage is being placed on that Mega Absol. which is going to be very good, because if you target down that Monkey Dory later, you can take out this Mega Absol for the remaining prize cards. And I suppose Toad, yes, is promoting that Kangaskhan because he wants to rely on that draw. And Toad did drew in an Earthen Vessel, which is very good, because now Toad can find those Darkness energies he drew from the prize cards. And it's going to be just that. Taking those energies out of the deck before you run errands is very good, because you want to draw into that boss's orders. Or perhaps, so that Marnie's Grimmsnarl has 260 HP left. I think that Marnie's Grimmsnarl will be knocked out by a double Monkey Dory and a Claw of Darkness from the Mega Absol. So what Toad is really hoping for here is another Monkey Dory establishment, and perhaps an energy switch to be able to switch an energy back onto that Mega Absol to be able to use this Claw of Darkness and eliminating a card from Hiromu's hand. Right, but will we be able to pull it off? I mean, Toad has access to Penny, but choosing to play the Arven though. Alright, obviously for the Night Stretcher to grab back that Monkey Dory he just lost. And a Bravery Charm as well. That Bravery Charm is going to help your Mega Absol bump up the HP. And that's going to be crucial because Hiromu was building up the damage on that Mega Absol, hoping for a potential knockout later turns. And Toad realizing this, he just wants to protect that Mega Absol. Right, there we see the Night Stretcher for that Monkey Dory coming back into play. Hiromu trying his best to knock it out, Toad just placing it back. Right, there we see the double Monkey Dory. But we still don't have the E-switch, so we might just see a punch from the Cornerstone Mask Ogapon. Right, choosing to protect that Monkey Dory is very good as well, because Frostlass damage will count up 2 at a time, and because that Monkey Dory has already 4 damage counters on it, that would have get knocked out by later turns. And because Toad has still access to Penny, he can always Penny this Monkey Dory, and perhaps reattaching that Bravery Charm to be able to eliminate all the damage counters that were already before. Looks like we're targeting down the Frostlass, which is very good, because that's the main reason Hiromu can channel over the damage. Right, so now there's 70 damage. That Frostlass only has 20 damage remaining. Oh, and that Marnie's Grimmsnarl had 6 damage counters on it already. We didn't have to use the Claw of Darkness. We just use a terminal period. Right, there's just something going on with the lighting here. Right, Toad taking 2 more prize cards, eliminating Hiromu's only attacking Pokemon. Right, so I think what Hiromu likes to see here is a big Aino, but without the Marnie's Grimmsnarl in play. I think this will be an easy game for Toad, because next turn Toad can just channel over 60 damage. But he doesn't just get there. He needs to play the Penny and attach again and channel over more damage, and then he can take out both Frostlass. Because that Frostlass has 90 damage. 90 HP. Sorry. Right, Hiromu checking his deck to see how many Darkness energies he still has available. Because when he chooses to play Night Stretcher, he knows what to accelerate. But I think this Mega Absol will be very safe just because of that Bravery Charm. Right, Night Stretcher being used on that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. I mean, might just see a counter catch Aino play, but there's all basic Pokemon in play. There's the Arven, fetching out the counter catcher or just eyeing it up. Yeah, we are grabbing it. But what are we counter catchering? We are grabbing it. But what are we counter-catching? There's 100 damage on that Mega Kangaskhan. So I suppose you can counter-catcher that Mega Kangaskhan, and that is getting knocked out by Frostlass damage next turn, while you can already place down your damage counters on perhaps a Munkidori. Alright, we're contemplating here. Thinking about playing the counter-catcher onto that. It seems like the Munkidori. Thinking about playing the counter-catcher onto that. It seems like the Munkidori. That's interesting. But obviously, I don't hate that play. Yeah, Tord just flashing the penny for game next turn. But obviously, because Tord was able to take out both Pokemon. Just because that Mega Absol was still in play, placing over 6 damage counters to be able to take out that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. That was such a nice showcase. Showing what Mega Absol is really built for, what it can perform, what it can achieve. And I'm very surprised to see Marnie's Grimmsnarl here. Yeah, it might just be one of those unexpected picks. Like I said, when people are not expecting it, they don't know what to do against Marnie's Grimmsnarl, they just panic, and then just lose the game just because they don't know what to do against it. But I think it's rather unfavored against Mega Absol. Just because you work with a lot of damage counters yourself, and you're just helping the deck by ramping it up instantly. Yeah, that was so nice. Taking out both Munkidori, eliminating Hero Mover, placing over any damage counters. Taking out both Munkidori, eliminating Hero Mover, placing over any damage counters. Right, we're going up against, we're going up in a game 2 here. And I think, knowing Grimmsnarl, they want to go second this time. Because they rely a lot on early pressure from the Frostlass, and they want a Technical Machine evolution on that very first turn going second. And they want a Technical Machine evolution on that very first turn going second. Right, the hand has been drawn. We get to see the prize cards in just a minute. Or not. We get to see the prize cards in just a minute. There we go. Oh, Tord opening with the Precious Trolley yet again. You love to see it. It always happens. That Precious Trolley. It is just insane. And Hiromu starting off with the Baju though. It will be able to do 20 damage because there's a Cornerstone Musk Ogerpon chilling there in the active spot. But towards prizing 3 energy. Sorry. Yeah, that Cornerstone Musk Ogerpon is not attacking in this game. I hope Tord has price checked at least just a bit. Because he has to know this Cornerstone will not attack in this game. Alright, realizing it, instantly retreating in the Kangaskhan to be able to use run errands for an Yveltal and a Lily. That is going to be very good next turn. And that is going to be one very big Lily here. Alright, choosing to play Pokegear though. What is Tord hoping for? I suppose a boss's orders or an Arven. Yes, an Arven for next turn to be able to use this technical machine evolution. And there is an energy in hand. That mist energy is going to protect the Cornerstone Muskogepan from getting any damage counters on it. Do note only by Munkidori, because through the means of this Terra ability, this Cornerstone Muskogepan is protected as well from damage being placed over from Marnie's Grimmsnarl Shadow Bullet. Right. Oh, and Hiromu instantly playing the Lily's Determination. That's not really what you want to see here. That's not really what you want to see here. Right, 8 fresh cards. And I hope there is something going on at least. We did fight 2 basic Pokemon. We found a Snorunt as well as a Munkidori, but we did not find any Impidimp. There's just the Itchy Pollen for 10 damage, limiting Tord from playing any item cards during his next turn. Right, there we see the attachment of the Turbo Energize onto their Cornerstone Muskogepan, and a big Lily here. Because Tord still has to build up the board state, and choosing to accelerate 2 Darkness Energies to those Munkidori will put Tord ahead of prizes, not ahead of prizes, but ahead in the board state. Because having access to 2 Munkidori will be very good. And also Tord still has access to this attach for turn, and that might as well go onto the Mega Absol, or perhaps this Cornerstone Muskogepan. Right, this is going to be a very big Lily for 8 new cards. But no attach. Oh, there is an attachment. Alright, I was thinking. Right, we still have the Run Errands, drawing into a Nest Ball and another Dark Energy. Right, there we see the free retreat due to the means of the Latias into the Cornerstone. And there we see the attachment onto the Mega Absol, already charging it up for a potential terminal period play. Alright, and there's going to be double Dark Energy, obviously going onto that Munkidori to have access to double Munkidori next turn if a Frostless ever comes into play here. Or you might as well use Claw of Darkness to limit cards in Hiromu's hand. It's going to be double attachment onto that Absol. So we're eyeing up a Claw of Darkness because Tord knows Hiromu has a rather slow setup. There's not much going on. Right, playing the Arven here, obviously for a Budgie Poffin, to be able to fetch out any Marnie's Pokemon. And we did not yet see the prize cards. We don't see what's in it. But I think Hiromu really wants to see the Spike Myth Gym here, to be able to already fetch out a Marnie's Pokemon. Right, it is going to be the Secret Box and the Technical Machine Evolution. Yeah, there is Impidimp in play. Alright. In the deck, I mean. Alright, are we going to see an attachment onto the Pikachu? Oh god. Discarding double Technical Machines, as well as a Darkness Energy. That's going to be crucial for later game as well, because you always got to have access to any Dark Energies. Right, but this Budgie Poffin will be very vital to be able to set up the board state. I was about to say Pokepads, but Pokepad is not legal for play just yet. Right, as well as an Air Balloon, and you might just attach this Air Balloon onto the Snorunt. Right, Budgie Poffin going down here, obviously grabbing another Snorunt and an Impidimp, or double Impidimp. And then the Stadium can fetch out a Morgrem as well. Yeah, it's going to be just that. Placing down. Oh, we still had the Technical Machine Evolution. It's going to be just that. Placing down. And I think there's going to be a retreat into the Snorunt to be able to evolve these Impidimps straight into Marnie's Morgrim, and holding on to that Stadium card means Hiromu can instantly evolve into that Marnie's Grimmsnarl next turn. And holding on to that Stadium card means right, but you are potentially sacrificing that Snorunt because you're eyeing down to a Mega Absol using that Claw of Darkness, and Tord might just get rid of that Stadium, limiting Hiromu from setting up the board state. And now Tord is not item locked anymore. So now all kinds of shenanigans can happen in this turn. Alright, energy going down onto that Monkey Dory. And do we see another Lily here? I mean, you might as well. Perhaps searching out the energy switch. I mean, you don't really need it right about now because there's only 10 damage in play. Alright, but this Cornerstone Muskoka still has free retreat, thanks to the Latias. And if Tord does manage to take out this only Snorunt, there's not a lot of ramping up of damage counters happening on Hiromu's side of the board, as well as Tord's side though. So that would cripple Hiromu's setup even further. And I think you would love to see this from Tord's side. Alright, there is a penny as well. Perhaps for next turn. Alright, and choosing to discard the Lily is very good here, because Marnie's Grimmsnarl relies on a lot of resources to be able to set up the board, and choosing to discard that Lily eliminates Hiromu's possibility to set up even further. And top taking the super odds is not what you want to see here. Right, placing down the Spite Myth Gym. I think we will see an attack coming down here from the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Right, placing down the Spite Myth Gym. I think we will see an attack coming down here. Do we see more we see more attachments. That Morgrim is taking 2 energies as well, because through the means of the Punk Up ability, it's basically like Charizard's Infernal Rain. It charges up the energies through the means of evolving into that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and you can attach up to 5 energy cards from your hands. And you can attach them to all of your Marnie's Pokemon in play, in any way you like. So that is very crucial in setting up your board. But there is no Monkey Dory being found. And I think Hiromu, knowing he has to recycle those dark energies, because those Monkey Dory take up dark energies as well to be able to channel over those damage counters. Yeah, with an air balloon and a dark energy in hand, there's not much going on. There is no damage as well. Hiromu doing the math here. I mean, he might just punch in that Mega Absol, but you're just 1 darkness energy away onto that towards Monkey Dory to face another knockout happening onto your Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and you have to take that into account, because there's now 180 damage onto that Mega Absol, and Tord already has a darkness energy from that Monkey Dory, channeling over 6 damage counters. And Tord, knowing Hiromu only has 2 cards in hand, there does not need to be a Claw of Darkness happening this turn. So Tord choosing to cripple Hiromu's setup and just instantly knocking out this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. But the turn is not over yet. Tord Redcliffe might as well take the time to set up even further, and thinning out the deck to eliminate any late game Ino plays. And I think this is very good. Thinking about a future Ino play, limiting your deck, as well as protecting the Mega Absol, because now that Mega Absol has 210 HP. Sorry. So 210 HP, So not even a Marnie's Grimmsnarl is able to knock out this Mega Absol in a future turn. Alright. Oh, what did Hiromu top deck? Was it an air balloon? Alright, there's the stadium. Another Marnie's Morgrim. Being evolved into Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And shuffling the deck, obviously, because you want to leave that Dark Energy there. Oh, it is an Ino. Oh, that's rather good. Now Hiromu can draw 6 cards from the top of his deck, while limiting Tord to only 3 cards. That's why Tord chose to play the Arven to limit any deck from dead resources to be able to draw into what he needs to close out the game. Right, Hiromu finding the Pheasantipity here. He really needs some draw on the board, but that Pheasantipity is rather a liability, because there's 3 energies onto the Mega Absol. If a Boss's Orders comes down from Tord's side with a Channel Over from Monkey Dory, that Pheasantipity will go down, along with 2 prize cards being taken. But I think if you're Tord, you might as well just take out this Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and eliminating the only threat on Hiromu's side of the board. And Hiromu, realizing it, he needs to place down another attacker. There is the Blood Moon Ursaluna coming down, but there is no attachment happening yet. And obviously Tord is taking 2 prize cards one way or another next turn, so that's why there's no attachment going down onto that Blood Moon, because that Blood Moon will be able to attack for free next turn. But choosing to attach already. I mean, I think Tord has game next turn. Choosing to Itchy Pollen is interesting. I mean, Tord can already channel over 3 damage counters on their Budgie, knocking it out. And if Tord is just chilling with the Boss's Orders in hand, yeah, that's just closing out the game. Alright, GG's Tord. That is nice. Yeah, there's no way Marnie's Grimmsnarl can win this matchup. I mean, you can place over damage counters as much as you like, but if you're behind on the Monkey Dory plays, not being able to transfer over that damage, Tord Ratcliffe might as well just win the game here. And just because Absol Box is rather setting up slowly, having double Monkey Dory in play while also using the Technical Machine double Energize is very good, because you're already ahead. Because Marnie's Grimmsnarl only has access to 1 attachment for turn onto that Monkey Dory. That was a very interesting match right there. Alright, I'm going to take another break. I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Oh, there's an interview coming with Todd Radcliffe. Alright, and I'm back. Nice. Oh, there's an interview. I mean, there was such a performance. Yeah, like, Mega Absol is still very well positioned. I mean, there was such a performance. Yeah, like, Mega Absol is still very well positioned. Yeah, that was a perfect example on how to pilot this Mega Absol box. Being the creator of it, that was a perfect example on how to and perfecting it as well. Being the creator of it. What also was interesting is I did not see any Moltres in this deck. I mean, it did run one in the Birmingham regionals, but I think Todd realizing Goldingo is not that much of a problem, and then chose to cut the Moltres. Oh wow, they don't have a backstage. They're just interviewing on the main stage here. Wow. You got to have some nerves standing up there with all the people staring down. No, up to you, right? Yeah. I mean, that was such good piloting. But yeah, Todd is piloting this Mega Absol box for quite a bit now. I think half the season. Yeah, Todd is piloting this Mega Absol box for quite a bit now. I think half the season. Yeah, and staring down at rotation, I think Mega Absol will lose a lot of his core. Losing that Arven engine to fetch out that Precious Trolley instantly. You lose access to Technical Machine Turbo Energize, but like I've already covered before, post-rotation Mega Absol will have access to Truckstericity, or might as well just put in the Mega Ordino to be able to flip the coins and then for each heads, search your deck for 2 basic energies. That is going to be an insane start. But obviously that's an attack, it needs an energy cost to do so, and it's rather a liability if that remains into play. But obviously that's an attack, it needs an energy cost to do so, and it's rather a liability if that remains into play. But let's focus on today's format, shall we? We're still in the Phantasmal Flames format. But let's focus on today's format, shall we? We're still in the Phantasmal Flames format. Right, let's check up on the friends, how they're doing. Because I've got some friends playing at EUIC and I want to check how they're doing. Because I've got some friends playing at EUIC and I want to check how they're doing. There we go. Looks like Glenn is 2-0. Keanu is 2-0. There was a Yano 1-0. Yeah, the friends are doing good. But there's Rune with 1-1, having 1 loss. But that is all fine if you end up losing, if you end up winning everything. Rune with 1-1, having 1 loss. But that is all fine if you end up losing, if you end up winning everything. Right. Let's just refresh this. So I can see what you guys are saying. Right, there we go. Chat is back. So that was already match number 2. And I think we will get to see 8 games today. And then 1 match from phase 2. And I think we will get to see 8 games today. And then 1 match from phase 2. Oh, there was Karis Jones also being streamed. Hold up. Yep, it seems like it. Because she was up against Yoshiyuki Arai. And I think because they finished rather fast, they chose to feature it as well. And is this the mirror match? Yeah. Yoshiyuki Arai is playing the Dragapult and Karis Jones as well. Karis Jones also choosing to play the Dawn. I suppose that's for easy access for that Moltres. Right, Yoshiyuki choosing to play down the Monkidori with that Luminous Energy attached to it. Right, Karis already has first access to this Dracloak. First Recon Directive coming in. Right, Karis already has first access to this Dracloak. First Recon Directive coming in. And what was the card being taken? It is a Dusclops. Yeah. So now we can Dawn for the Duskull, or perhaps another Treepy. Yeah, I think it was the Dusclops being grabbed. But with that Phasandipity in play, you need an attachment for turn to be able to retreat this Phasandipity into the Baju. Eliminating Yoshiyuki from playing any items will be very good next turn. So I think Karis just wants to Itchy Pollen, just to limit Yoshiyuki from setting up even further. Right. Dawn successfully being used. No. It does seem like Karis is eyeing up the Duskull though, instead of the Baju. Alright, so now we can play Ultra Ball, perhaps fetch out another Treepy. Turo is being discarded, but we still need 1 more to be able to use this Ultra Ball. And it looks like it's going to be the Counter Catcher. Because I think Karis really wants to be the aggressor here, choosing to discard the Counter Catcher. But that will leave you with not a lot of gust happening. Alright. Attaching another energy onto that Dracloak. That Dracloak is rather safe, because there's not a lot of things happening on Yoshiyuki's side of the boards. There's 1 Latias, there's a Treepy, and the Monkidori with an energy attached to it. So I think what Karis is really hoping for here will be a knockout on this Monkidori with the Holucha to be able to take care of this Monkidori again with the Treepy. Alright. Yoshiyuki attaching to the Monkidori though. I think eyeing up a Trainer-Brain? Oh no, just the knockout on the Duskull. Yeah. Realizing Karis needs the Duskull to be able to knock out a future Dragapult. But now what Karis is really hoping for here will be the Holucha to be able to take out this Munkidori again alongside with that Drapey. Right. Pheasantipity being used, that Ultra Ball is being found. So this Ultra Ball will grab us the Holucha. Choosing to discard the Moltres is very good because you don't need it in this matchup. Alright, there's the Holucha. Placing 2 damage counters, one on the Latias, one on the Drapey, which is very good because next turn you can just knock out that Latias with a Phantom Dive. There's the attachment for turn. And a very, very big Lily here, limiting the hand for all kinds of resources, placing down everything you can, and then just Lily for 8 fresh cards. Right, there's the Latias, also found, and another Buddy Poffin, so we can find ourselves another Drapey to perhaps evolve into a Dracloak next turn to be able to get some more draw on the board. But we still have access to that second Dracloak, because there's no label on it, so there's still the ability to use another Recon Directive. Right, finding another Buddy Poffin though. Perhaps as fodder for a potential Ultra Ball next turn. Alright, there's the promotion of the Latias. What's the draw for turn? It looks like it's going to be the Drapey. Yeah. I think that will be it. I think Karis has game in hand. There's the Budew. Retreat in the Budew. And do we see an instant Itchy Pollen? Or do we see a supporter card? No supporter card! Instant Itchy Pollen. Do we have boss in hand? Oh, nice. We have boss in hand. Karis takes game 2 here. Wow. I think they didn't plan to feature that match, but because Tord and his opponent were finished rather quickly, they might as well just feature another match, right? Wow. Karis Jones also going 2-0. That is very, very good. Wow. Karis Jones also going 2-0. That is very, very good. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I think there's still time on the clock. Yeah, I think there's still time on the clock. So we might not see game 3 just yet. I mean, these players finish so damn fast, but I suppose you might as well, right? Phantasmal Flames format is going on for quite a bit now. I think from when was it? Was it November? When Phantasmal Flames was released? I think it was November. Oh no, right. Mega Evolution was released around September, October. Yeah, might just be the end of November. Phantasmal Flames was from last year, I do believe. So we're in the Phantasmal Flames format for quite a bit now. I mean, 2 to 3 months? So these players have done a ton of matches, they know what they're playing, they know how their deck is working, and they know the meta inside and out. A ton of matches, they know what they're playing, they know how their deck is working, and they know the meta inside and out. Alright. Yeah, I do wonder what we're going to see here in Game 3. Any predictions? I mean, we might just see Golden go. I mean, we already saw in Game 1 it wasn't performing very well, but that's probably because Einrob knows that matchup very, very good, and then Simon didn't quite have his setup. Yeah, Simon was really struggling to find those energies out of the deck. I think that's one main reason some lists choose to play either the secret box to be able to fetch out more energies, or perhaps that prime catcher to be very aggressive. But that list was playing the Precious Trolley, and it does not seem to perform quite that well. I mean, honestly, nobody in my locals is playing Precious Trolley Golden Go. I don't know if any of you guys are playing, but that's the first time I've seen someone playing the Precious Trolley. Because I think Prime Catcher being that much more aggressive is also very good. Because that eventually counts as a switch, anti-boss's orders, and that allows you to have up to 5 boss's orders in deck. But I think some players just saying like, no, 4 boss's orders is quite enough, I'm playing another race spec. But then again, why just not play the secret box, right? Because that secret box allows you to grab out a stadium card, a tool card, an item card, as well as a supporter, which you can also use in that single turn to be able to fetch out more resources from the deck. And I think that's what really limiting Simon from setting up the lack of the secret box. And I think that's what Daniel Magda was excelling in, because Daniel Magda played it, when was it, in Gdansk Regionals, and he just won everything with Secret Box Golden Go. Right, Swiss round number 3 is happening in 4 minutes. Yeah, there we saw the donk. Ryuki Okada winning the European International Championships 2025. That was such a nice performance. Getting that donk to close out the game was very good. Getting that donk to close out the game was very good. The Honolulu World Championships. Ooh, Pokémon Championships history. Do we see a featured match from some time ago? Championships history. Yeah, wow. Featured match from some time ago. 2016. That's already 10 years ago. Yeah, wow. That's when we saw the first Mega Pokemon, right? That's already 10 years ago. That's when we saw the first Mega Pokemon, right? Shintaro Ito. having several top 8 finishes, as well as a champion. Shintaro Ito. Having several top 8 finishes, as well as a champion. I didn't quite see the name very often. Are they still playing now? Yeah, that's when the time when the Spirit Links were available. Spirit Links would allow you to evolve into a Mega Pokemon without just simply ending your turn. Yeah, that's when the time when the Spirit Links were available. Spirit Links would allow you to evolve into a Mega Pokemon without just simply ending your turn. Yeah, back then, the Pokemon had a lot less HP. Not like the power creep we're seeing now. They had a ton less HP. Not like the power creep we're seeing now. Oh, seeing Greninja here. Have you guys seen the reveal of the Greninja EX? That is some cards. I mean, we might just see another deck playing the new Upper Energy as well. Because you can attack for 2 water energies, and then you choose to put 1 water energy back into hand, and that might as well be the new Upper Energy. So I think not just in Dragapult, but this new Upper Energy will see a ton of play post-rotation. And that won't be very good for the price of the card, because that card is already, what, like $20? Very good for the price of the card. And it also has this very cool ability. You can discard a water energy from your hand to be able to put 6 damage counters on 1 single Pokemon. But of course, that deck will have to play a lot of stadium cards to be able to counter those battle cages, because that's what will stop that deck from performing well. Right, Versaseeker grabbing back that Lysander to be able to close out the game. Right, Versaseeker grabbing back that Lysander to be able to close out the game. Alright, we're back into London now. Back in the European International Championships. Alright, we're back into London now. Man, you can see what a crowd. That is just amazing. So many people coming down to see EUIC. Not just to spectate, but to live the entire experience. So many people coming down to see EUIC. Yeah, normally I should have been there. I've tried 4 times to get my competitor ticket, but whiffed every single time. So normally I was there in the middle of the crowd, playing as well. But, I mean, because we have the time, we might as well just stream everything, right? But I'm going to London on Monday, though. We're going to visit the London National History Museum to see what it's all about. As well as getting that promo card, of course. Right, looks like we see Chip Ritchie along with Kyle. Right, looks like we see Chip Ritchie along with Kyle. And I wonder what this match number 3 will feature. Again, any predictions? I don't know. I would love to see another Dragapult in play. Or perhaps, like I said, the Kangaskhan Ice Cream Cone. Yeah, there we see the caster predictions. Joe Bernard did call it very, very well. Seeing that Marnie's Grimmsnarl being played a ton. I mean, honestly, I would love to see it perform well. Marnie's Grimmsnarl has been the underdog for quite a bit now. It is about time it performed very well. And at international level, that's a really good pick to choose. Again, like I said, you have this certain expectation. Nobody is expecting Marnie's Grimmsnarl to show up. People are spooked, and they just don't know what to counter against that deck. So that just might be the pick of the format. But I don't think we have seen it all season, just because Gholdengo was dominating quite a bit. And it did dominate quite a bit. It took down multiple regional championships, multiple top 8s. I don't think anything can stop Gholdengo. Deck-wise, I think there's one thing that can stop Gholdengo, and that is rotation. I think there's one thing that can stop Gholdengo, and that is rotation. Yeah, and Carl's prediction, being the Alakazam, I would love to see a gameplay of it. Because I think the last gameplay I saw was that Toronto stream match that featured the first match from Phase 2 onto the very first day. I mean, it was day 1. The first match of Phase 2 happened on day 1. And those players were so tired. And I think that was up against Marnie's Grimmsnarl as well. True, yeah. So Marnie's Grimmsnarl did make Phase 2 in Toronto. But choosing to play it now on international level is rather interesting. Because I think that will be more of a North America pick in comparison to a European pick, because the European meta is completely different. North America pick in comparison to a European pick, because the European meta is completely different. Alright, when will we see Game 3 here? Alright, when will we see Game 3 here? And honestly, I think Gardevoir is still very well positioned as well. Gardevoir was always the #1 pick amongst top players, but it fell a bit short thanks to the dominance of Gholdengo being able to take it out easily. That's why Gardevoir chose to run the Frillish as well as the Jellicent engine to be able to limit them from playing any item cards and disrupt them even further, while you can take easy knockouts on those Gholdengos. And that's another thing why Prime Catcher is so good, because you can just use Boss's Orders to get around that Jellicent and then just Prime Catcher it back in the active spot to be able to take a one-hit knockout on it. But that's just one of the pros and the cons from the Prime Catcher and the Secret Box variant. But that's just one of the pros and the cons from the Prime Catcher and the Secret Box variant. Yeah, I think they're talking about the Ascended Heroes format. Have you guys played any Ascended Heroes just yet? I haven't played any gameplay. I haven't seen the new megas in play. I've been so focused on different things that I haven't played that future format just yet. I've been so focused on different things that I haven't played that future format just yet. I do love the new cosmetics though. All those new deck boxes, all those new sleeves. You love to see it. I do love the new cosmetics though. I mean, Pokemon really does take care of their game. You love to see it. Adding that much more flair to it. Pokemon really does take care of their game. Adding that much more flair to it. Alright, and it looks like the featured match is going to be Evan Pavelski versus Shoichi Saito. And I wonder what decks we'll get to see here. Alright, let's jump into it. I want to see some gameplay! Alright, let's jump into it. I want to see some gameplay! Yeah, I think the casters already know what decks are going to be played. Right, we see some more notable matches. Right, we see Brent Tonneson going 2-0, going up against Felix Glover from the UK. Caleb Rogerson, also going 2-0, is going up against Eric Tortosa. And then Miloslav Posledny going up against Dominic Fink, also going 2-0. And then we see Zach Lesage there. Interesting. Up against Marco Pironi. And Oscar Madsen also going 2-0. Up against Austin Charles. I mean, Oscar Madsen knowing they're probably playing the Charizard archetype. They were always cooking this Charizard over and over and over again, perfecting it, eliminating any kinks in it. And I think Oscar Madsen will perform rather good. And then lastly, we have Grant Manley up against Nino Brodar. And then lastly, we have Grant Manley up against Nino Brodar. These are all top names, and I'm not surprised they're performing very, very well. They're also established very well in the leaderboards, and I'm not surprised they're performing very, very well. They're also established very well in the leaderboards. Yeah, I think I have to charge my phone in a bit. I've put up my phone next to the camera to be able to see the chat, because obviously I want to react to what you guys are saying, of course. Right, it looks like Evan Pavelski piloting Dragapult Dusknoir going up against God of War Jellicent from Shioichi Saito's side. And it is the God of War Jellicent version. That is going to be a very disruptive against Dragapult, because if they place down a Lily's Clefairy in combination with a knockout from the Jellicent, you are able to one-hit knockout a Dragapult while also establishing item lock as well as tool lock. But no, a Dragapult, they're not playing any tools right about now. They're even playing double jamming tower. Alright, the prize cards are being put down. Iono prize for both players. Oh, wait, hold up. Does God of War want to play any supporter cards? Damn, that is insane. Evan pricing to Iono isn't good either, as well as the psychic energy, because now Evan only has access to either Luminous, Neo Upper, as well as the fire energy. So there's no psychic energy going down for Evan. But Shioichi prizing 4 supporter cards. That is not what you want to see here, because those supporters will be key into setting up your board state. That is not what you want to see here, because those supporters will be key into setting up your board state. Right, looks like they're just talking with the judges here. I mean, like, honestly, I think Dragapult is not very well positioned into the God of War matchup unless you apply item lock very early on. And it looks like it's going to be just that. Evan Pavelski winning the coin flip, going second, and Shioichi already starting off with an Earthen Vessel discarding a Psychic Energy. That's already good from Shioichi's side of the board, being able to discard not only that Psychic Energy, but already grabbing out some more energy out of the deck. And that might as well just be a Psychic Energy and a Dark Energy, unless you're holding on to an Ultra Ball, then just might as well take 2 Psychic Energies and play that Ultra Ball, discarding those as well. And having 3 Psychic Energies in the discard pile as early as turn 1 will be very good. But it looks like Shioichi is eyeing up the Dark Energy though. I mean, looking at Pavel even side of the board, there is the opening of the Dusk Core, so Evan needs to find either the Latias or an attached retreat, which he doesn't really want to do here, because there's an energy prized. Oops. Looks like that was too heavy of a shuffle there. Alright. We have Dark Energy online now. And we just might as well attach it onto the Monkey Dory. And also placing down a Ralts from hand. That's very nice because you don't get to play any supporter cards just yet because you're going first. Right, and Evan already starting off with a Buddy Poffin. And we already saw a glimpse of that new upper energy. And the Latias is in deck as well. So if there's a Nest Ball in Evan's hand, or might as well be an Ultra Ball, or the Dawn, Evan will be able to fetch out this Latias to be able to treat this Duskull into Budew. Which is going to be very good, because Shiochi only has one energy in the discard pile, and what Shiochi really wants is to attach energies onto your Pokemon to be able to retreat those. And it looks like we're playing Ultra Ball, discarding the Ultra Ball and the Counter Catcher to be able to fetch out this Latias, of course. And then there's a Lily on top of it to grab 8 fresh cards here. That's going to be one very big Lily. And let's hope we find some more Dreepy. But it looks like we didn't find any, as well as no Buddy Poffin. But we did find the Jamming Tower, which is rather good, because God of War still plays a lot of tool cards. And you might as well just counter that. Right, there's the Edgy Pollen going down. Shiochi is not able to play any item cards this turn. And he did manage to play the Oven, grabbing out the secret box. But you can't use that secret box, of course, because that's an item card. And that cannot be used all through the means of the Itchy Pollen. Right, and I think you might as well just thin out a Bravery Charm while you're at it. Because that's a thing God of War still plays, there's Bravery Charm. Just to ramp up the HP of your Pokemon to be able to hit higher numbers. Because God of War really relies on having damage on the board to be able to not just channel it over with Monkey Dory, but also to do a lot more damage through the means of Screamtail, as well as the... What's his name? The Drifloon. Yes. We've not seen any Drifloon since recently. Right, there's the attachment of that Psychic Energy, which is grabbed before. And I think this just might be a Mind Bend to knock out this Budew. And that's why Shiochi chose to attach it to the active Monkey Dory to be able to eliminate that Dreepy. No, not Dreepy. That Budew instantly. Right, and Evan finding the Nest Ball. Night Stretcher to grab the Budew back, of course, limiting Shiochi from playing any item cards. And then another big Lily to boot, while also having access to Tricloakia. Right, we see another Budew, another Dreepy. But energy? Hello? Oh, there's the energy. Let's go. Right, does Evan have an energy in hand? He does not. Oh, he has the new upper. Alright. I think that new upper will be rather safe, because there's no pressure on Shiochi's side of the board. There's no rare candy God of War coming, but if Shiochi manages to place down the Lily's Clefairy in combination with the boss's orders onto that Dracloak, that will be very bad. But Shiochi realizing Shiochi doesn't have a setup, and God of War needs time to set up, there's just the scoop to have enough time for future games. Evan just applied too much pressure for Shiochi to set up the board state. And that Night Stretcher was very well timed to be able to Itchy Pollen and apply that pressure still. So Shiochi couldn't set up the boards. And I think that was all because there were so many supporter cards being prized. So Shiochi couldn't set up the boards. And I think that was all because there were so many supporter cards being prized. Right, yeah, and I think Shiochi just wants to go second here now. Because they just want to basically do the same thing. Just apply item lock to Dragapult and limiting them from not setting up the board state. Ooh, that facial expression is not very good. Don't know what Shiochi is holding on to. But that says a lot. I mean, that just might be a mulligan. No, they're just still shuffling the deck. Don't know what Shiochi is holding on to. But that says a lot. I mean, that just might be a mulligan. No, they're just still shuffling the deck. Alright. Looks like we have a game start here. Evan found a basic Pokemon as well as Shiochi. Looks like we have a game start here. Evan found a basic Pokemon as well as Shiochi. Alright. And it does look like Evan has to go first, placing down something and a pass. Not having too good of a start, but he did manage to find a Trippy and place it down, which is very good. If you already applied that Trippy, next turn it can instantly evolve into Dracloak. Oh, hold up. Prizing double Frillish? No. I mean, you finally have the chance to go second as Shiochi, but prizing the double Frillish, there's no item lock coming. But then again, from Evan's side of the board, prizing 2 Dusclops is not what you want to see either. But at least Shiochi didn't prize double quad supporter this time. Right, we see an attachment for turn onto that Monkidori, Technical Machine Evolution, and we might just see the discards from the secret box being placed instantly. I mean, you might as well, because if you expect an item lock, you might as well just play it now, so you can get rid of it. I mean, you might as well, because if you expect an item lock, right, Lily being taken from the secret box along with the nest ball. I think Shiochi did want to find that Frillish, but didn't find that Frillish. Of course, because it's chilling in the prize cards. Right, there's Artisan being taken. But I think Shiochi doesn't want to place down this Artisan just yet, because that would get Evan another basic Pokemon to bench as well. But I think Shiochi doesn't want to place down this Artisan just yet, because that would get Evan another basic Pokemon to bench as well. And there's the Bravery Charm onto that Ralts, bumping up the HP up to 130. No, 120. Wait, right, yeah, 50, 120. So that Ralts will be safe, at least for one more turn. But now Evan, having access to item cards, we might see a very explosive turn here. But now Evan, having access to item cards, that could always be a world where you find yourself rare candy into Dusknoir, popping onto that Ralts. But it looks like we're going slowly. Manual evolving into Dracloak and playing a Lily for 8 new cards here. Right. While still having access to Recon Directive from the Dracloak. And Evan didn't even have a glance at his hand yet and is already using the Recon Directive. Right, Luminous going down onto the Duskull and Itchy Pollen for 10 damage. But this is a rather good turn. Too bad we had to lose the energy by retreating. And yeah, Shiochi chose to play down this Artisan now to have full benefit of it. And not having Evan access to our Artisan. And I think there was the Holucha in hand as well. Alright, Monkey Dory being grabbed from Artisan. And straight Lily for 8 new cards. I mean, Lily is such a good supporter now. I mean, I'm not that bummed that Professor Research is rotating out. We still have Lily's Determination to help those setup decks flourish. Alright, what are the 8 new cards? You see Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, no energy is being found. As well as no God of War. That's not what you want to see here as Shiochi. Because there are no ways to find energy, there's no ways to discard energy, there's no ways to attach energy, because you have found no God of War. Oh, was that the pass? It looked like it was a straight pass, and Evan choosing to play down a Buddy Poffin to grab another Treepy. And I think knowing there's not much going on in Shiochi's hand, you might as well just still apply that pressure through the means of Itchy Pollen. Right, there's the other Dracloak. Now we have access to True Dracloak. There's the Luminous Energy going down onto the Dracloak. We might just see a Lily here. A very big Lily. And then we still have access to double Recon Directive. Right, looks like there's not much going on in their hand though. Another Recon, there's the Luminous, and looks like to be a Jamming Tower. I mean, you might as well just place it down, not having Shiochi access to that Artisan in the following turn. And there's the Itchy Pollen for 10 more damage. And Shiochi just top-decked the rare Kanzi. Again, that's not what you want to see here. But if there's an Iono in hand from Shiochi, Shiochi might just plow through the deck and find himself the God of War while remaining item locked. No, looks like we're going to gamble and we're going to Lily's Determination here, while also playing down the Lily's Clefairy. And that is going to be a big counter against Dragapult. Not just by itself, but any Psychic Pokemon in play can now hit for weakness against any Dark Pokemon, Dragon Pokemon. But Shiochi doesn't have access to Gust anymore, because Shiochi played Lily's Determination, and while being item locked and even prizes, there's no counter catcher games happening, so that Dracloak is safe in this turn. And it doesn't seem like Shiochi found the God of War. We're also not having access. Oh, there's the God of War. Alright. There's the God of War, but how many energies do we have access to? And do we have access to Dark Energy as well? There's just the one. There is a world where you can just always attack with the Curlier here, knocking out that Budgie. Oh, there is a dark energy. Alright, so you can take the knockout on that monkey, on that Baju, through the means of the Monkey Dory. Oh, there is a dark energy. Alright, so you can take the knockout. Yeah, it's 2 damage counters being placed on Duskull and the size shot for the knockout. Curlier taking a knockout here. That's not something we see very often. Alright, drawing for turn, and I think that was a Dracloak. No, Countercatcher being drawn from the top of our deck. I mean, I do believe Evan was playing a rare candy. Right, there we see the Countercatcher onto the God of War. Do we see... Oh, there is only 1 energy in the discard pile. If we apply item lock this turn, this God of War won't be able to retreat. But then again, would you want to apply item lock? Because that God of War would just be able to channel over that damage through the means of Monkey Dory. It's just going to be the Ultra Ball, discarding the Ultra Ball and the Night Stretcher to grab another Dracloak. And I think what you really want to see here is a rare candy into Dusknoir and perhaps popping it to eliminate that God of War entirely. Right, Nestball coming down, grabbing another Duskull, evolving into Dragapult, and an Ino as well. Right, what have we drawn from the Ino? Flip the script, coming down, 3 new cards here. There's the new up energy though, but there's already 1 energy attached to the Dragapult, and we did find the Psychic energy. Thanks to that last Recon directive. Alright, future turn is looking good. Phantom Dive coming in, 200 damage onto the God of War. And then 6 onto the Curlier. But now Shiochi has access to item cards. But with only 1 energy in the discard pile, there's not a lot of things happening in this turn. And I think what Shiochi really wants here is get that God of War out of the active spot. But with only access to 1 Monkey Dory here, there's not a lot of energy being channeled off. Of course, you do have the attachment for turn onto the God of War, so there's no dark energy happening. But now you have double attachment onto the Lily's Clefairy. But that God of War... How much is the damage? It's 100 to 220. So that God of War has 90 HP left, which can be knocked out by a Dusknoir. Alright, Monkey Dory coming down here. What are we placing it on? We might as well just place it on a Duskull to apply even more pressure. But that Duskull now only has 10 damage counters left. And knocking out the Dragapult through the means of weakness by Lily's Clefairy. But even knowing there is still a new upper energy in the deck. Is it in hand? I think there was a pink card in hand. Yeah, that new up energy is in hand. So if you manage to find that Dragapult again, you can instantly knock out this Lily's Clefairy while also knocking out the Curlier. And if you manage to find the rare candy, you can get rid of this God of War as well, crippling Shiochi's board state entirely. And in combination with an Ino, this will be very, very disruptive. And you still have access to double Dracloak, as well as the Pheasantipity. So you get to see 7 cards here. There's the Ultra Ball. This can already fetch out the Dragapult. Right, new up energy coming down here. Night Stretcher being used. to grab out the Dragapult from the discard pile, and I believe that's the second Night Stretcher. Alright, and there's the counter catcher on the Gardevoir. But there is still weakness being applied on that Dragapult by the Lily's Clefairy. But I think if you eliminate the Gardevoir as well as the Curlier, energies will not accelerate rather easily. So I think this is a very good play, but you still have to establish some other things here. Alright, and there's the Dark Energy from Shiochi. So Shiochi will be able to channel over 6 damage counters and take the knockout with Lily's Clefairy, closing out the game. Right, there's the Phantom Dive. And obviously taking out the Curlier, limiting Shiochi from having anything on the bench to be able to get this one-hit knockout on the Dragapult. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140 times 8 is 280. Shiochi needs one more Pokemon. Or just channel over damage with Monkey Dory. Yeah, I think Shiochi is already there. You need to attach the Darkness Energy. Use double Monkey Dory, because there's already damage on that Lily's Clefairy. You can channel that over to the Duskull and then just take the knockout with Lily's Clefairy. But you have to bench another Pokemon, and there it is. There is the Mew. You can channel that over to the Duskull and then just take the knockout with Lily's Clefairy. But you have to bench another Pokemon, and there it is. There is the Mew. Thanks to this Mew, Shiochi will have enough damage on the board to be able to get this one-hit knockout on the Dragapult, while also having a restart for 3 new cards, and as well as the Nest Ball. I mean, you don't need double Monkey Dory now. Yeah, I think Evan realizing. Does Shiochi realize? I mean, you just need to transfer over damage. Yeah, I think Evan realizing. Yeah, might as well just bench another Pokemon. Right, boom. That's it. Nice. That was some comeback from Gardevoir. I mean, I did think Evan did build up rather slowly. That's what cost him the game, effectively. That was some comeback from Gardevoir. And I think that list doesn't play any rare candy. And because there's 2 Dusclops chilling in the prize cards, there was no popping from those Duskull. While there were also liabilities, because they have only 60 HP and just get knocked out easily by double Monkey Dory. While there were also liabilities, because they have only 60 HP and just get knocked out easily by double Monkey Dory. Alright, there we see some replay. There we saw the damage counters being placed on the Duskull, which is very good to think ahead, because that Duskull will be knocked out by a future Monkey Dory. And Evan realizing both Dusclops were chilling in the prize cards, there was no way to evolve these Duskulls. And I think Evan just finally drew them from the prize cards, at least just one of them. And he was able to evolve them next turn, but Shiochi was able to close out the game. Right, we're going into game 3 here, and Shiochi already has an explosive start. Able to attach to the Monkey Dory, able to bench a Ralts, as well as the Mew. But Evan going second. There is no energies in the discard pile, so Evan might as well just apply that item lock to limit Shiochi from getting rid of any energies. But that was the Technical Machine Evolution in hand. And an Arven as well, so that Arven might become a Bravery Charm, which can go onto the Mew, while the Technical Machine Evolution can go onto the Monkey Dory, which eventually finds yourself the Curlier. Alright, moving on. Still on Evan's side, we have found the Drippy with an Ultra Ball, discarding the Serendipity as well as the Night Treacher. That's not really what you want to see here, but you don't want to draw into that Ultra Ball, and you still want to have higher odds on finding a Drippy, so you might as well just play it now. Because you don't know what this Lily is going to give you. It might as well just be a Budgie Poffin, but you never know. I myself have whiffed so many Lilies not finding a Budgie Poffin. And I think that's exactly what's happening here now. I think Evan is forced to play another Ultra Ball. But you might as well just discard that Monkey Dory. Because charging that up in the God of War matchup is rather slowly, and you want to build up those energy cards onto the Drippy to be able to build up your future attacker. And I think that's what Evan lacked last game. If Evan did find a Monkey Dory and was able to channel over the damage, Evan was able to put himself in a better position. But because Evan had to attach onto the Dragapult to be able to attack, there was no way he could have attached onto the Monkey Dory. Right, but choosing to grab the Dracloak instantly, that limits Shiochi. Not limits, but now Shiochi. If Shiochi chooses to apply pressure with a Frillish, item locking Evan as well, that's why Evan chose to play that Ultra Ball, already grabbing out the Dracloak. Because if Evan is item locked himself, he might as well just play it now to be able to have consistency next turn. Right, there's the Team Rocket's Watchtower though. Interesting. Right, having 3 cards in hand, one of which the Ino. Alright, it looks like it's going to be Technical Machine Evolution onto that lone Ralts. But there is no threat coming down. Shiochi knowing this, Evan might not be playing any Rare Candy, so there's no Rare Candy into Dragapult with the new up energy attached to it. So that Curlier is rather safe this turn. While also having 100 HP. Alright, moving on. We have done our Recon Directive successfully, but haven't found any other Dracloak to evolve that other Drippy. As well as any other Pokemon, in fact. Yeah, and there's the evolution into the God of War. And with no Duskull in play, there is no threat eyeing up onto that God of War. But Shiochi is still item locked. And without having access to any item cards, and finding no energies as well, there is no pressure happening. And without having access to any item cards, and finding no energies. Alright, looks like we're checking the discard pile. There is no pressure happening. But there's not a lot of things happening here. On both sides of the boards, actually. But that Monkey Dory will always be able to retreat to be able to use Slap to knock out this Budgie, applying pressure and already taking the first knockout. And then you might as well stop item locking and attacking with the Dragapult. Right, and I think that's just what Evan is going to do here. Playing the Budgie Poffin, and I think you really want to place down the Duskulls now. As well as a Budgie. Interesting though. Because that Budgie can just get knocked out by a single Monkey Dory. But there's no Dark Energies in hand, as well as on the board. So for now, that Budgie is rather safe. But there's no Dark Energies in hand, as well as on the board. So for now, that Budgie is rather safe. Right, there we see the evolution into the other Dracloak and an Ino to boot. Right, 6 fresh cards here. Hope we get to see a Dragapult. If not, we still have 2 recon directives. Right, there was the Monkey Dory and the Dust Clubs, I thought, like. And there's a boss and a Fire Energy. No Dragapult. But we did find the Jamming Tower. And it is going to be the retreat into the Baijiu, losing that Psychic Energy. That is not what you want to see here. But now that Screamtail has only 60 damage, has only 60 HP left, which can get knocked out by a future Phantom Dive, while also applying Itchy Pollen, item locking Shiochi from not using Earthen Vessel to fetch out any Dark Energies. So I think this was rather a good play. But Shiochi will find another prize card here, knocking out this Screamtail. Knocking out this Baijiu. But if Shiochi is managing to find a Dark Energy, Shiochi will be able to transfer over the 3 damage counters from the Screamtail onto the Baijiu, and perhaps playing down something like the Lily's Determination, like the Lily's Clefairy, to be able to apply a lot of damage onto a Dreepy. Alright, what will we see here? Looks like it's no Dark Energy, and it's just going to be the slap knockouts. Alright, but there's still the Fire Energy though. But already having to discard that 1 Night Stretcher as well as that 1 Dragapult. I don't see a way this can ever win for Evan. Alright, Aino coming down here, grabbing 6 cards yet again. But you're just enhancing the chance for Shiochi to find that Dark Energy. Have we found our Dragapult? That is the question. There's the other. Did we find it? No, there's the other Cloak. Come on, there's the Dragapult. We have found our Dragapult, so now we can finally attack. But did we find the Countercatcher though? Can we Countercatcher something up? Yes, indeed. Countercatcher the Gardevoir. And we might as well just knock out the Screamtail. And yet again, Shiochi doesn't have any energy cards in the discard pile. So this Phantom Dive will be rather good. Already applying 200 damage to this Gardevoir. And when Shiochi does not manage to find any energy, then that Gardevoir is just stuck in the active spot. Alright, I think Phantom Dive coming down here, but first let's just bench a Dreepy. And choosing to split it onto the Monkey Dory as well as the Mew. What was the top deck? Again, I didn't see. Was that the Earthen Vessel? Yeah, it is the Earthen Vessel. So Shiochi is able to find himself the Dark Energy as well as another Psychic Energy, which you need to accelerate to the Gardevoir to be able to retreat. And that Ultra Ball might as well become the Lily's Clefairy to be able to knock out this Dragapult. Alright, Earthen Vessel coming down, discarding the Psychic Energy. We're just checking the deck. Shiochi is eyeing up double Psychic, which is going to be very good because you can throw away those double Psychic through the means of the Ultra Ball. And I think if you're Shiochi, you have to place down another Ralts this turn, because this Gardevoir already has a lot of damage applied to it, and that can get knocked out by a Dusknoir, because Evan was able to evolve that Duskull into Dusclops, so we might just see a Dusknoir pop on that lone Gardevoir. Right, there we see the Ultra Ball coming down, grabbing the Lily's Clefairy, and we might just see a Phantom Dive from the Mew copying the attack from Dragapult. see the Ultra Ball coming down, grabbing the Lily's Clefairy. And we might just see a Phantom Dive. And we might as well just take out that Dusclops while we're at it. The attack from Dragapult. But we first have to find that Dark Energy. Alright, will Shiochi be able to pull it off? There's the Mew for 1, and there's the Counter Catcher. But that's not going to do much because you're ahead of prize cards. Alright, will Shiochi be able to pull it off? There's the Mew for 1, there's the Counter Catcher. But that's not going to do much. Alright, Shiochi. What are you thinking? You might as well just Phantom Dive with that Mew. Alright, Shiochi. Alright, 2 energies coming down on the Gardevoir. Retreat being announced. You might as well just Phantom Dive with that Mew. And I think it is going to be the retreat into the Screamtail, which is also able to get that knockout. Lily's Clefairy being eyed up here. But with that Jamming Tower still in play, all of those Pokemon are not really safe here. It is going to be the Screamtail though, because Screamtail with 4 energies attached to it will also be able to take this knockout. Oh, did choose to for the Lily's Clefairy though. And choosing to attach preemptively onto that Screamtail. And choosing to knock out this Dragapult. So now Shiochi is 2 prize cards away from winning the game here. While Evan still needs to take all 6 of them. But there is a way where Evan can just pop the Dusknoir onto Gardevoir and just have a very big knockout from a Phantom Dive, knocking out this Lily's Clefairy because there's still Jamming Tower in play, while also knocking out the Screamtail. Just have a very big knockout from a Phantom Dive. So I think Shiochi, while being the aggressor, has not put himself in a very good position here. So I think Shiochi, while being the aggressor, has not put himself in a very good position here. Right, there's the new up energy coming down here. Do we see the Dusclops being popped? Right, Dragapult. We did find the Ino though, so we might as well just Ino. Night Stretcher the Dragapult back. That's our last Night Stretcher, by the way. We did get rid of 1. So there's also no Pheasantipity going down here. Right, Ultra Ball, finding ourselves the Dusknoir. Or do we go for the Holucha, placing damage counters on Gardevoir as well as Screamtail to be able to get multiple knockouts? Hold up, then we might not even need the Dusknoir. Alright, Dusclops being popped. And we might as well pop it onto Screamtail. Interesting. Alright, but now you're taking 5 prize cards. 1 from the Screamtail, limiting Shiochi on only 1 card, while also taking out this Gardevoir. And that is going to be huge. There is no energy in play. There is nothing in play, and that's going to be the scoop. Shiochi scooping the game. And Evan had the win here. That was quite the comeback. From 6 prize cards going down to just 1 and eliminating every threat on Shiochi's side of the board. That is just insane. Dragapult has such potential. And Evan piloting it perfectly, showing that every damage counter counts. That is just insane. Dragapult has such potential. But I did like that first scoop from Shiochi, knowing Gardevoir takes a long time to set up, and scooping early means you have enough time to close out 2 games without going into overtime. Alright, I'm grabbing myself another refill. Be right back.
Means you have enough time to close out 2 games without going into overtime. Alright, I'm grabbing myself another refill. Be right back.
Right, I'm back with another refill here. And what did I miss in between? Obviously, they might have interviewed Evan. We see another glimpse of the leaderboards. I do want to see what the new notable matchups might be. Obviously, they might have interviewed Evan. We see another glimpse of I mean, I did have a quick glance downstairs at some of the pairings on how my fellow Belgians are doing. And some of the friends are doing quite well. Some of the pairings on how my fellow Belgians are doing. And some of the friends are doing quite well. Yeah, that North American leaderboards is insane. Those are all very high skill, top level players. Yeah, that North American leaderboards is insane. Those are all very high skill, top level players. Oh, now we see the Oceania leaderboards. And honestly, there's also some top players down under. Talking about Brent Tonneson, Henry Brandt, Tim Franklin, as well as Natalie Miller. Those are really some top players to look out for. Talking about Brent Tonneson, Henry Brandt, Tim Franklin, as well as Natalie Miller. Those are really some top players to look out for. And I wonder how they're all doing. But I suppose we might just see it in a minute here. And I wonder how they're all doing. But I suppose we might just see it in a minute here. Alright. Oh, we're going up against another featured match. Yeah, this is round 3. Simon Feng up against Konsta Kalama. And it looks like going to be the same archetype we saw before. It is Dragapult Dusk Noir going up against God of War Frillish.
Simon Feng up against Consta Kalama. And it looks
Consta
like going to
checking
the
the deck
same archetype we
to
saw
see what he has
before.
available.
It is Dragapult Dusk Noir going up against God of War Frillish.
Do keep in mind,
Consta checking
the first deck search is now limited to 45 seconds. And that's the rule they applied as of now.
The first deck search is now limited to 45 seconds.
And also playing the Devolution.
And that's the rule they applied as of now.
I mean, you might as well, right? If you're item locking the opponent, and if you're spreading a ton of damage around, and you you're managed to devolve them, all of them,
I mean, you might as well,
that puts you into a very good position.
spreading a ton
Alright, Consta managing to find a single Ralts from the Ultra Ball, placing down the Monkey Dory and passes the turn. While Simon instantly starts with an Ultra Ball, discarding the Ino as well as the Dusclops,
a single Ralts from the Ultra Ball,
and also checking a quick glance at the Pokemon available.
while Simon instantly starts.
I mean, we did not see the prize cards, so I can't tell you what is prized here.
And also checking a quick glance at the Pokemon available.
Right, and I suppose you really want to put down the second Dreepy, or apply pressure already and place down the Budgie.
Right, and I suppose you really want to put down the second Dreepy, or apply pressure already and place down the Budgie.
Right. We're still busy with the Ultra Ball. I think those 45 seconds have long been passed.
Right.
I mean, I don't have a chest timer right next to me, so I can't check for sure. Right, there's the attachment and the retreat of the Dreepy, obviously going down into Budgie. But I suppose you really want to play this Ino to have more resources available to you, because you're staring down at the Frillish, knowing you're getting item lock in return by that Frillish. But Consta will have to choose between either the attachment of the Dark Energy or the attachment of the Psychic Energy, limiting Simon from playing any item cards. Right, and we did find the second Dreepy though, as well as the second Psychic Energy. And playing the Night Stretcher now, because you know you're staring down at the Frillish, knowing you're going to get item locked, you might as well play it now. And you have access to this Dusclops next turn. And that is going to be very good. Right, so there's the attachment onto the Frillish as well as the Oceanic Gloom. So that's why Simon chose to use that Night Stretcher to be able to get that back this Dusclops. Right, first Recon Directive coming down here. Evolving the Dusclops already. Choosing to attach the new upper already. And a Big Lily to boot. I mean, ideally you do want to find a second Budgie here. Because through the means of the Oceanic Gloom, Frillish is able to do 20 damage, unlike the 10 damage from the Budgie. So if you want to still apply pressure without having to attach retreat, you really want to place down the second Budgie. Right, you do have access to Budgie Poffin in hand, but first we're going to Recon. And having Hilda for next turn is huge. And that's just going to be the Itchy Pollen. I mean, next turn you might as well promote the Dusclops. Right, it's benching down the Ralts and instant Oceanic Gloom. Alright, so now Simon has free play, but doesn't have access to any energy cards, any item cards, so Simon cannot play any counter catcher to counter catcher up this Curlier. So we have to find something like the boss's orders, but we did find the Pheasantipity though. And if we do manage to find the Dusk Noir, this Dusk Noir can pop that Curlier, while you can search out possibly the Holucha to be able to eliminate that Ralts. And obviously, there's no item cards available, so Ultra Ball cannot find you that Holucha. Oh, the Dusk Noir is already in hand. Oh, this is about to get interesting then. Right. So we see the evolution into the Dusk Noir, as well as the Dragapult, I suppose. We might as well. But there doesn't seem to be a boss's orders in hand. So we might just see an Ino coming down here. But we did find the attachment for turn. And that's going to be good, because if we lose our only new upper energy, we lose a potential attacker next turn. Yeah, there is no boss's orders being found, so might as well play the Ino, limiting to Consta to only 4 cards, while losing the only Curly available. Alright, no Holucha was found. So there's the Phantom Dive, placing 6 damage counters on that Ralts, but also eliminating that Frillish. So now Consta has to find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and perhaps the Lily Sclefairy to be able to take this knockout on the Dragapult. Alright, we did find the second Psychic Energy, but there is no Ultra Ball. Do we see a Technical Machine evolution here? I mean, you might as well just get rid of it, right? Doesn't mean you need to play it, because there's a Lily going down here. And this Lily will give you 6 new cards. And because you took 2 prize cards, you're not taking 8 from the Lily. And this Lily will give you 6 new cards. And because you took 2 prize cards, you're not taking 6. Alright, there we see the Rare Candy. Was there the Ultra Ball available? Didn't see. We did find the Dark Energy though. Oh man, you just drew into Rare Candy Gardevoir from a single Lily. That is insane. And you do have access to 2 Psychic Energies, so you can safely attach this Dark Energy to the Munkidori. But you need to establish another Ralts here. And there is no way to find the Lily Sclefairy, so this might just be a punch onto the Dragapult. And what better way to do that is just might as well use the Mind Bend to confuse it, to be able to keep your board state rather safely. Right, Artisan coming down, grabbing the Munkidori here. And you might as well attach the Dark Energy to the benched Munkidori, right? Keeping that safe for a potential successful Phantom Dive. Right, Artisan coming down, grabbing the Munkidori here. And you might as well attach the Dark Energy to the benched Munkidori, right? Keeping that safe for a potential. There we see the first Psychic Embrace, as well as the second. I think what you really want to do here is apply pressure and don't allow Dragapult to be able to use that Phantom Dive attack. And like I said, apply that Dark Energy to your benched Munkidori to be able to keep it safe. So even if Simon lands a successful Phantom Dive, that Dark Energy is still safe because it's on the benched Munkidori. Alright, and there's the... what's the name again? Mind Bend for 60 damage. So now there's 90 damage on that Dragapult. Dragapult not able to retreat. I mean, it is able to retreat, but you don't want to get rid of that new upper energy. Alright, Buddy Puffin coming down. Fetching out our other Dreepy. Now you might as well search through the deck, right? But there doesn't seem to be the other Dusclops available, so I think that one is chilling in the prize cards.
Other Treepy. Now you might as well search through the deck, right?
Right.
But there doesn't seem to be the other Dusk.
We do have Countercatcher in hand, but that's not going to do much because we're at even prizes. Right, but there is the boss's orders though. So you can boss up this Gardevoir, because all energies attached to it are stuck on that Monkey Dory. So you can safely boss up the Gardevoir and just hope it remains stuck in the active spot. Right, Jamming Tower coming down, eliminating that Artisan. And then we see a boss's orders onto that Monkey Dory. No, it is going to be the Gardevoir. Alright. I messed up those hand signs. Right, and we are going to flip Tails, so we're going to do 30 damage to ourselves. But this Gardevoir is not able to retreat. There is no energies available to you. And the hand is not big enough. You have no ways to find yourself the energy. There is the Lady's Clefairy though, the Bravery Charm, and the Night Stretcher. That's not going to do much. Yeah, this might just be a pass from Conster's side of the board. Alright. Choosing to Night Stretcher that rolls back is very good. But there might be a world where Simon can just pop those Dusclops and even place down the Holucha, again eliminating that Ralts that just came into play. Right, Ultra Ball coming down. We might see, yeah, there's the other Cloak. I was thinking there might be the second Dusclops coming in. Right, Recon Directive coming in. There's a Lily and a Budgie. That Budgie is not going to do much right now, so you might as well just Lily. Yeah, Lily coming down here. Simon was contemplating whether to evolve the Dracloak, but it's better to stay in the Dracloak phase because that's your only draw engine. And that eliminates Conster from being able to play down a late game Ino and eliminating your only draw on board. Alright, there's the Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball will allow you to grab out another Dracloak, or perhaps the Dusclops, but I think Dracloak will be better. Like I said, establish that draw. That will be very good here. Although, thanks to the dice, I can't see how much damage is being placed. But I think there's 2 on the Monkey Dory. And I don't think you want to get rid of that benched Monkey Dory with those psychic energies, because then you're just allowing Conster to accelerate energies back onto that Gardevoir. Alright, there's 6 damage counters being placed on that Ralts. And now Conster still not having any access to any energies. What was the top deck? I think that was a Countercatcher. Oh, that's just a scoop, yeah. I think that was the Countercatcher, but that Gardevoir would have been eliminated, and then that Ralts would have been eliminated next turn, and that might as well just be a potential board wipe. I mean, not really board wipe, because there was 2 Monkey Dories. If there was only 1 Monkey Dory, that was going to be an entire board wipe. I mean, not really board wipe, because there was 2 Monkey Dories. If there was only 1 Monkey Dory, that was going to be an entire board wipe. So in some cases, Dragapult can really win from Gardevoir if they choose to be the aggressor, or they would need to plan a 6-prize comeback turn. And that's not often easy depending on how Gardevoir chooses to pilot it. And if they manage to lock you out of the game, rather late game as well, that's really, really bad.
And that's not often easy depending on how God of War chooses to pilot it. And if they manage to lock you out of the game, rather late game as well, that's really, really bad.
Right, let's just check in on the friends and see how they're doing.
Right, let's just check in on the friends and see how they're doing.
One, two, 1, 2. I see a lot of 1, 2s out there. There's a lot of losses happening right now. But there's one chilling with 3-0, and that is Glenn.
A lot of losses happening right now. But there's one chilling with 3-0, and that is Glenn.
Alright. Well, that's a nice featured match. We see Ocean's Sphinnofoot against Akihiro Urata.
Well, that's a nice feature.
I mean, I've seen the name Oyvind before. I think it was from Switzerland.
Sphinnofoot against Akihiro.
I don't know quite yet what they're playing. As well as Akihiro. So, might just as well be a surprise here.
I don't know quite yet what they're playing.
And I love this new commercial from Pokemon.
Just as well be a surprise here. And I love this new commercial from Pokemon.
Right, any predictions going on? Right, any predictions going on? That would also be interesting. If we get to see a Venusaur on stream. Because as they mentioned, with Wally's compassion, Venusaur does have potential. But I think just because Goldengo is so dominant, that's why there's no Mega Venusaur in play.
With Wally's compassion, Venusaur does have potential.
What do you guys think?
But I think just because Goldengo is so dominant,
I mean, Venusaur may have future potential post-rotation, but I think Goldengo has to go first.
what do you guys think? I mean, Venusaur may have future potential post-rotation, but I think Goldengo has to go first.
Right, 1 more minute. Then we can see our future matched. Right, 1 more minute. Then we can see our future matched. Alright, so we're back to London. Back at the International Championships. Right, any predictions on what's being played next? Honestly, like I said, I would love to see some Alakazam gameplay. Right, any predictions? But I suppose we will see in a minute. Honestly, like I said, I would love to see some Alakazam gameplay. But I suppose we will see in a minute. Alright. What are they playing? There we see the notable matches yet again. So we get to see Ashvind Svinhufvud against Akihiro Urata. Those will be featured on stream. Then we have Owen Dalgard against Henry Chow, which are very notable players. Both 3-0. Then up next we have Alexander Rutovic up against JW Krewar, going 3-0 as well, both players. And then we have Sebastian Lashmet going up against Nathan Ginsberg. Up against JW Krewar, going 3-0 as well, both players. And then we see Thomas Cavalier up against Stefan Ivanov. Stefan Ivanov also has a very good season already. Then up next there's Giovanni Francia up against Piper Lapine. And Piper Lapine has a very good season as well. That's a really notable player to look out for. And then we have Liam Halliburton up against Evan Pavelski. So I wonder how that will be panned out. Right, so Ashvind is piloting that Charizard Pidgeot. And this might just be the Dawn engine with that Terrapagos and the Noctowl addition to it. Up against Raging Bolt. Interesting though, that's quite a while ago since we've seen any Raging Bolt on stream. But many players already swore by it. So I wonder how this will pan out. And it looks like it's going to be the Noctowl engine. Because a lot of Raging Bolts out there chose to cut the Noctowls because they included those Mega Kangaskhan. And honestly, those Mega Kangaskhan is a good replacement because through the means of the run, errand, draw, you get to draw 2 cards from the top of your deck. In combination with Stardust Vitality, you're able to draw 5 cards in a single turn. But then obviously you're relying more on luck instead of just a selective search from your deck. But I wonder how this is going to turn out. I think Raging Bolt, especially in the early game, you want to snipe those Hoots from the bench as well as those Charmanders. Hello there. How this is going to turn out. I think Raging Bolt, especially in the early Alright, pricing not looking too terribly. Raging Bolt pricing a Fan Rotom, but I suppose they just play the 2 of them. So pricing 1 is just fine. And there we see this new Pheasantipity art though.
Raging Bolt's pricing
I've already seen a ton of people looking for this art.
Surprising one is just fine.
Is there an echo?
There we see this new
Let me just check
art though.
if I can fix it.
I've already seen a ton of people looking for this art. Is there an echo? Let me just check if I can fix it.
Is it better now? No.
No.
Now there's feedback. I think it's fine as it was. Alright, game starting off here. It looks like Akihiro is starting off with the nest ball. Obviously, Raging Ball just want to start the game because they have access to that fan rotom. And starting off with the nest ball is rather good because they can fetch out the fan rotom instantly. Right, it's going to be the nest ball for that Squawkabilly. That Squawkabilly might be a liability rather late game because Charizard can easily take it out. Because Squawkabilly only has 160 HP. Alright, Ultra Ball coming down here, discarding the Grass Energy as well as the Earthen Vessel. And I suppose you do want to Fant that Fan Rotom. And another Ultra Ball coming down, discarding what looks like to be Raging Bolt and the Crispin. So Ultra Ball finding that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to be able to get in some draw next turn. Or this turn as well, if you manage to find another Grass Energy. As well as the Area Zero being placed down, and an empty hand Squawkabilly. So yeah, I get why they chose the Squawkabilly, because the hand is totally expendable. Right, and also a thing to note here is because you place down the Teal Mask Ogerpon, you can instantly evolve into Noctowl to be able to fetch out the supporter cards, or any trainer cards really, you need to set up in your turn. Right, and it looks like it is going to be the retreat into the Ditto, and instantly fetching out this baby Raging Bolt. And I think that's really what you want to see here, because you want to attach those energies early on to be able to snipe those Pokemon from the bench. Alright, Akihiro passing the turn. Back to Oyvind. And Oyvind having a secret box in hand, as well as the Technical Machine Evolution, as well as the Jet Energy. This might just be a very explosive turn. Right, choosing to discard the Ultra Ball, the Pidgeot, as well as the TM Evolution. Eyeing up the Buddy Poffin to be able to search out the Fan Rotom themselves, to be able to set up the board state. But then you're in need of a Dawn next turn to be able, not next turn, because it's the first turn going second, so now Oyvind can just search out the Dawn through the means of the secret box and just having an explosive setup. Yeah, that's a good question. There's always a translator going on when going up against Japanese players, so you can always ask the translators themselves to translate the cards. And yeah, Japanese players, knowing they're always playing the biggest art and the prettiest art they can get their hands on. The best thing you can do is always know the cards, but there might be cards you don't know, and then you can always ask the translators. Right, now we see the Jet Energy, that's Tatsugiri in the active spot, and a very, very big Lily here. It looks like there was the body buffing being played for the Tatsugiri as well as another Charmander. So I think Oyvind is really hoping to find a Pidgey to be able to instantly evolve with their Technical Machine evolution. Alright, 8 fresh cards being drawn. And I think what you hate to see here as Oyvind is if you draw into any Charmeleon. But it looks like not to be the case. Right, we see a Mesacosa flip. That was a touch of the deck. Alright, it's a heads. Nice. So now we get to search out any Pokemon from your deck. And it might just well be the Pidgey, right? To be able to evolve into that Pidgeotto. I know, right? Yeah, English arts are so much more expensive than Japanese arts. It is just insane. Alright, and it looks like it's an attract customers coming down now, before the Technical Machine evolution. Yep, placing down the Pidgey, and then Technical Machine evolution onto the Charmander as well as the Pidgey. So Oyvind is set up pretty well with those high HP Pokemon. So Akihiro has a hard time now sniping those Pokemon from the bench. But honestly, it's still possible, because there's a way where you can just Crispin onto that baby Raging Bolt and just energy switch the grass energy from that Teal Mask Ogerpon back onto the Raging Bolt. But it looks like it's going to be the Stardust Vitality. Which is still fine because it draws you cards as well as sets you up for future turns. Alright, Mesagoza being hit. Was it a heads? It seems to be a heads. So you might as well just fetch out the Noctowl, right? To be able to evolve this Hoot into Noctowl. And perhaps fetch out a Earthen Vessel as well as an Energy Switch. To let this Raging Bolt perhaps do 90 damage. To take that knockout on that Charmander. Or you might as well just take away that Pidgeotto. If you do 90 damage. Yeah, it's going to be the Noctowl. Right. Shuffling the deck first and then using Noctowl. I'm not a big fan of that. If you know you're going back in the deck, then you might as well just evolve it, right? And it's going to be just that. Earthen Vessel, Energy Switch. So Earthen Vessel will allow you to attach for turn, and then Energy Switch will allow your Teal Mask Ogerpon's Grass Energy to be able to accelerate onto that Raging Bolt. And I think we might just see the snipe on the Pidgeotto. Because getting rid of that Pidgeotto is rather good, because that takes away any potential that Oyvind can set up in future turns. Yeah, there we see the Energy Switch. And then a Thunderburst Storm for 90 damage onto that Pidgeotto. That's a very smart choice right there. But there is a no more Hoot in play. So Akihiro doesn't have a lot of consistency going on next turn. Nope, there's the tails. There's no Pokemon being searched out for you, Oyvind. But you still have access to attract customers. Unless you want to use a Lily here. I mean, I don't even think it's the Noctowl version. Because I haven't seen a fan rotom up until now from Oyvind's side. Right, Arven is fetching out the Counter Catcher as well as the Defiance Band. So that will allow Charizard to do 210 damage. And you might as well just get rid of this Steel Mask Ogerpon EX, because that is a potential threat going on in future turns. Alright, it is the evolution of the Charizard and the Chiyu being placed down. So we might just see energies attached to the Chiyu and one to the Charizard. Right. And then we just might as well counter-capture up this Teal Mask Ogapon. Alright, but first we're going to see and attract customers before we retreat into the Chiyu. And there we see a Briar. That Briar will allow you to take one more prize cards rather late game if Akihiro is going down to 2 prize cards remaining. So that's going to be a very good supporter, but not right now. Right, Oyvind's playing the Ultra Ball, perhaps placing down the Duskull to be able to manipulate those prizes even further. Yeah, looks like it's going to be just that. And it looks like it's going to be straight Charizard. That's an interesting way to play the deck, because we see a lot of Charizard Dawn with the Noctowl as well as the Terapagos. But I guess it's not very well positioned, especially against Goldengo and such. Alright, there we see the knockout on the Teal Mask Ogapon from the Chiyu. Taking the first 2 prize cards. Alright, Akihiro using Masagoza, flipping heads. So now we get to search out his deck for any Pokemon. Instantly searching out their Teal Mask Ogapon. Obviously, you really want to establish that one back, because that allows you to not only use the Noctowl, but that Teal Mask Ogapon might just become a late game attacker into their Charizard, because that Charizard is weak to grass. Alright, looks like it's going to be Area 0 and a Nest Ball. Getting rid of that Masagoza. Right, Nest Ball coming in. Perhaps for another Hoot Hoot, or the Raging Bolt. And I suppose I thought Akihiro had access to Prime Catcher, so Akihiro might as well just Prime Catcher that Charizard and just take a 1-hit knockout on it. Right, now we only need to find the Fighting Energy to attach to the Raging Bolt. There's the Ultra Ball being used. No. It is going to be Nest Ball first. And you might as well just grab out the Latias. It is going to be the Koraidon though. I mean, I think Akihiro expects the Terapagos from coming down into play, but this version doesn't play any Terapagos. But still, this Koraidon is a very good attacker as well. Especially against the Chiyu. Yeah, it's going to be the knockout with Thunderburst Storm. Wait, no. It's going to be the Dragon Habit for 130. And because Chiyu only has 110 HP, that Chiyu is now knocked out. Right, back to Oyvind. There's the second energy, so that Charizard can now attack. We have a quick glance of the discard pile. I think Oyvind was thinking about playing Super Rod before the Lily, but might as well just play the Lily. There's not really a lot of things you want to get back just about now. There's only 2 energies in the discard pile as well as that Chiyu. Alright. Lily coming down here. Only grabbing 6 cards because Oyvind also took 2 prize cards. Right, looks like it's going to be Pal Pads, Pidgeot, Rare Candy. Ah, those are all cards you don't want to see here. And since you're already attached for turn, you cannot just jet that Tatsugiri in the active spot and find yourself another supporter. So you might just get rid of the only threat on the board, and that is just the Raging Bolts. Alright, but now there's a very big Raging Bolt staring down at you, and if Akihiro manages to place down a lot of energy cards on the board, this Raging Bolt will allow to take the one-hit knockout on their Charizard. Right, there's the Stardust Vitality coming down for 2 energy cards, and might as well attach onto that Koraidon. Right, there we see, is that the Pal Pads? No, it's an energy retrieval. Right, Teal Mask coming in. And there's the Earthen Vessel, though. Earthen Vessel would allow you to grab more energies from your deck. Right, attach for turn coming down on the Teal Mask. And then instantly charging up that... What's his name again? Iron Leaves. Benching that Iron Leaves allows you to instantly put it in the active spot and attach all energies to it. Right, and playing down the Battle Cage allow you to get rid of some liabilities while also getting the one-hit knockout on that Charizard. I think there is such a good play. And also an Ultra Ball coming down, throwing away potential resources. No, not potential resources. Potential dead cards. Thinning it out to counter a rather late game Ino. Right, another Earthen Vessel coming down. Throwing away even more cards. To grab 2 Grass Energies. Thinning out the deck even further. Perhaps Akihiro is aiming to grab Night Stretcher to get back the Iron Leaves, accelerate more Grass Energies on the board, to be able to get another knockout on a future Charizard. But now Akihiro is down to 2 prize cards remaining, and that is rather good for Oyvind, because now Oyvind can finish off with a Briar turn. But of course, you need to fight the Briar, and there is no Briar in hand just yet. And no consistency on the board. There is no Pidgeot in play. So what you really want to see here as Oyvind is a Rare Candy Charizard, but it is going to be the Arven, I suppose. Or you have a Rare Candy Charizard. So what you really hope for here is Rare Candy Charizard, and that attract customers shuffling... No, the Ultra Ball shuffling the deck, and attract customers finding you the Briar to close out the game. Alright, that's going to be interesting. Also, that Briar was all the way at the bottom of the deck. Right there we see the Rare Candy evolving into Charizard. And you might as well take out all energies while you're at it. So you have one more chance to find that Briar to close out the game. Alright, this is going to be a very big attract customers. Alright. Let's see here. Do we see the Briar? There's the boss. Turo. 2 more. No! No Briar! No, that's no game. Oh, that's not what you want to see here as Oyvind. No. But you do have to get rid of this Iron Leaves, because that knocks out your Charizard in return next turn. And the best thing you could have hoped for... Wait. Oh, and just pass the turn? But like, Akihiro still has Prime Catcher. Yeah. That was a good try, but Akihiro had game in hand. I think best case scenario, you could have just knocked out the Iron Leaves. And then hoping Akihiro didn't have any Stardust Vitality to be able to charge up the Raging Bolt, or just didn't find any Night Treasure to be able to strike again with the Iron Leaves. But GG's Akihiro. That was such a nice game. Right, there we see the replay. That Iron Leaves really put in some work. Like, it's very good, especially against Charizard, because you can take the one-hit knockout without spending too many energy cards, as you do with attacking with the Raging Bolt. Alright, and we're going to game 2 here. And I think still Oyvind wants to go second, because I initially thought this was a Hoot Hoot and Terrapagos engine. But it turns out not to be. So I think Oyvind always wants to go second here, but that puts Akihiro in such a good position because Akihiro always wants to go first to be able to establish this fan rhythm and the hoots and the knocked-out as well. But it does seem Oyvind realizing Akihiro wants to go first and actually choosing to go first puts himself in a very good position. As well as the ability to start off with their Buddy Buddy Poffin. And already searching out this Klefki. That is going to be big, because now Akihiro can't use Fancore, can't use Teal Dance, as well as can't use Corkabilly's Cork and Seize. That is going to be very, very big. Alright, and we already have an attached retreat as well. There's the secret box being played. Grabbing another Buddy Poffin for next turn. And there's the Technical Machine Evolution being grabbed as well. And you might as well use the Technical Machine, the Buddy Poffin, instantly while you grabbed it already. Grabbing out the Duskull as well as another Charmander. So Oyvind had himself a very explosive start here, as well as attaching, retreating into that Klefki and just completely shutting down Akihiro from playing anything this turn. And there's the pass. So I do wonder what Akihiro will do in return. There is a way where you can just boss his orders around that Klefki, and that will be the only thing you really can do this turn. Wait, there is the Prime Catcher, but you can't use Prime Catcher. Normally you can't use Prime Catcher because there's nothing to retreat into. I thought that was the ruling. Yeah, I thought that was the ruling. You can only use Prime Catcher if you're able to retreat as well. Anyways, moving on. I think what Akihiro really wants to find here is another Fan Rotom. And that Fan Rotom will allow you to grab out any Hoots and Noctowl as well. But it looks like Akihiro is eyeing up the Squawkabilly though. But that second Ultra Ball is coming down to grab that Fan Rotom, as I said. Right. And do we see another big Squawk and Seize here? Yes, we do. Another empty hand Squawk and Seize. That is what you love to see here. Right, there's a Stardust Vitality though. But there's no energies in the discard pile. Right, Fan Rotom fetching out the Hoots and the Noctowl. And was there an Earthen Vessel in hand? I believe there wasn't. So there's no way to search out any energy to be able to attach to this Wellspring Mouse Gokeball to be able to retreat. Right, oh there is, yeah, Earthen Vessel discarding the Lightning energy. And then you might as well just take the knockout with the Fan Rotom if you manage to find yourself a stadium here. But it is going to be the retreat into that Ditto. Right, that Ditto will become that baby Raging Bolt. And then Stardust Vitality will be able to charge it up, and Oyvind will lose his only Pidgey yet again. Yep, there we see the Stardust Vitality being used for the Lightning and the Grass. Only thing we need is the Fighting Energy, and there it is. Awesome. And then we see a Thunderburst Storm for 60 damage onto that Pidgey. Knocking it out, and now Oyvind is left without any consistency yet again. Right, Oyvind did top deck the Super Rod though, but it is too late to place down that Pidgey yet again, because that Pidgey is not safe, because that Thunderburst Storm could also target the bench. Right, Masagoza flipping heads. That allows Oyvind to grab out any Pokemon from his deck, and then just might as well be the Charizard. So this will allow Oyvind to grab a knockout with a Charizard. But Akihiro only drew one prize card, so that Charizard EX only does 210 damage. Alright. There we see the attachment of the Technical Machine Evolution because Oyvind doesn't want to draw into it. And then a very big Lily's Determination. Grabbing 8 fresh cards here. And I think what Oyvind really wants to do here is potentially thin out his deck with Ultra Balls to be able to have easy access to a late game Briar, which he did with last turn. Right, there's another Technical Machine Evolution, double Ultra Ball, as well as the Pheasantipity. So we might as well, but there's no rare candy going on. Right, but we might as well just grab out the Dusknoir. And if we manage to find a rare candy because we play 4, and because there's no Pidgeot in play, we might as well just rare candy into the Dusknoir. So that Dusknoir will be able to take care of this baby Raging Bolt. So they will all come down to this Pheasantipity draw. Right, 3 cards coming in. Do we see the rare candy? Jet Energy and Pidgeot, no rare candy. And no more draw as well. I think best case scenario Oyvind can do is just, like I said, thin out the deck of resources or potential dead cards, might as well grab the Charmeleon to be able to evolve easily without having to spend the rare candy, so that rare candy will allow you to go into Dusk Noir. Right, and there we see the evolution into the Dusclops and the knockout on that Raging Bolt. But because there's a grass energy already in play, Akihiro can do just like he did before, just benching their Iron Leaves and just take a knockout on that Charizard. And there's the heads flip on that Mesagoza. So now Akihiro might as well go for that play. Yep, realizing it. But there is still the Hoot Hoot available, so if you evolve your Hoot Hoot into Noctowl, that can already fetch you out the Earthen Vessel as well as an Energy Switch. But you don't need the Energy Switch just about now. Alright, there's 2 Grass Energies in play already. No, you cannot place down the Teal Mask. Or can you? I mean, you have a full bench now, but if you have Area 0 Underdepths, that will allow you to go very wide on the bench. Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be the evolution in the Noctowl, and obviously fetching out yourself the Stadium card, as well as the Stardust Vitality to build up damage for next turn. I mean damage, energies. And that's really what you want to see here as Akihiro. Bumping the Mesagoza, limiting Oyvant from having any potential game-winning plans, benching another Raging Bolt, and Stardust Vitality on double targets. That is amazing. And now only having 1 bench spot left, and that is of course going to be for that Iron Leaves. Instantly charging it up. Leaving the energies on that Raging Bolt, on both Raging Bolts in fact, as well as the attachment for turn, and choosing to accelerate 3 grass energies is very good here. Right, there we see the present match for the knockout on that Charizard. Limiting Akihiro to 3 prize cards remaining. So now, there can't just be a Briar win, because Oyvant still needs to take 5 prize cards. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to take 5 prize cards here. You can manipulate the prize trade because you can pop that Dusk Noir, you can pop that Baby Raging Bolt, eliminating 1 energy card from the board state as well, and then use Briar on that Iron Leaves, and that grabs you 4 prize cards, but yet you still need to take 1. But I think that is the best thing you can hope for here. Right, there we see the evolution in the Charizard, fetching out the energies. And yet again, because Akihiro took care of that Pidgey early game, there is no easy access to that Briar. And Oyvant's deck is still very, very cluttered. So fetching out that Briar won't be easy. Right, Big Pheasantipity coming down. Yet again, no Briar. But best thing you can do is bump that Stadium, play down an Iono, and hope Akihiro doesn't pull anything from it. But there's already 3 energies on Akihiro's side of the board. So Akihiro only needs to play 1 Stardust Vitality to be able to... Wait, I was about to say to be able to close out the game, but Akihiro still needs to take 3 prize cards. There is still a way. Yeah, I was already thinking ahead. I was already thinking like this Dusk Noir is popping and Akihiro goes down to 2 prize cards and that wins him the game. But one big Aino coming in here, limiting Akihiro to only 3 cards. And what do we see? We see an Earthen Vessel Energy Switch. But Oyvind's not really taking anything. Right, Artisan coming down here to fetch out that Tatsugiri to be able to close out the game next turn. That Tatsugiri might just save Oyvind's turn. Right, and there we see the Burning Darkness knocking out that Iron Leaves. Right, there we see the Artisan being used to be able to shuffle the deck because Akihiro knew he drew that Stardust Vitality from the prize cards. Right, so eyeing up the Noctowl as well as the Night Stretcher. And I think if you have access to that one Noctowl, that is also enough to close out the game. Oh, you already have an Ultra Ball in hand. Alright, that is going to be GG's. This will allow you, to grab the Night Stretcher, as well as attaching 2 energies to it. I don't think there's a way from Oyvind to come back from this, because a Briar cannot just save you anymore. Because Akihiro goes down to 1 prize card remaining, and Briar allows you to play it when the opponent has 2 prize cards remaining. Right, Earthen Vessel going down, discarding the Aino. And I think Akihiro might just go for a Iron Leaves play yet again. Charging up both Teal Mask. So you have your Raging Bolts charged up for the next turn. And even the baby Raging Bolt can take a sneaky knockout. Right, there we see double Teal Mask coming in. And the Night Stretcher coming down to grab back that Iron Leaves. Benching that yet again. And charging up with 3 Grass Energies. Almost knocking over the entire discard pile. Alright, and there we see the attachment onto that baby Raging Bolt, which is going to be vital to close out the game next turn. Because that baby Raging Bolt allows you to do 90 damage, so unless that's not taken care of, Akihiro has game next turn. And I think that might be either way. Because you have to take care of this Iron Leaves. And you cannot pop this Dusk Noir anymore, because that would mean Akihiro would just win the game here. Or there might just be a way Oyvind forces a sudden death. No, right. No, it's not able. I was thinking about taking knockout with the Chiyu while simultaneously Curse Blast. Nah, that's not possible. There is no way Oyvind can close out the game this turn, but still choosing to play further. I think there's nothing more you can do. There is a world where you can counter-catch up this Noctowl, and perhaps playing an Aino, limiting them to only 1 card in hand. But then you still have to deal with... Yeah, that's going to be the scoop. There was no way Oyvind could win this match. Alright, GG's Akihiro. Well played. Piloting Raging Bolt of all decks. You love to see it. I mean, I've seen players myself piloting Raging Bolt very, very well, so that just might have been a good pick in this meta, but yet again, it has some very bad matchups. And like I said before, there's multiple ways of playing the Raging Bolt. You have the Raging Bolt with the Kangaskhan, and you have the Raging Bolt with the Noctowl engine. And although Noctowl allows you to play more consistently, I think Kangaskhan is that much more better because you don't have 100 HP liabilities lying around on your board. Yeah, there we saw the perfect execution. Akihiro piloting Raging Bolt perfectly, knowing the ins and outs, and never actually attacked with the Raging Bolts. Yeah, we even realized he was about to play the Super Odd, but Super Odd couldn't have granted him anything else, because that Raging Bolt would have just taken out that Klefki for game. Alright, I'm taking another break. Be right back.